Hello everyone, and peace of Christ to all of you. Please invite your friends and let us have some good time today. As you see in the title, the title is about what's going on in Bahrain. What's going on in Bahrain is the same as what's happening everywhere. Uh, in the Middle East, if someone he says something and the majority don't agree with, you have to be ready for what is going to happen. Now, this group, and I will show you their channel in the YouTube. They call themselves like the newer. Tajdid mean the like renewer. So they are Muslims and they are Shia, and they don't like what is in the books. They don't want to believe. They are Muslims supposedly, but they don't like tons of stories in the books, and they find them very foolish and very stupid. And the second you say something, even though they believe in Muhammad, they believe in the Quran, etc., but the second you say something against the tradition and what the majority believe in, right away I saw tons of videos accusing them to be paid by Israel. They are working for the CIA. They are CIA agents. They are sent by Satan. I mean, whatever you want, they are all of those. And the one is attacking them, not only the Sunni. Bahrain is a majority of Shia, but the country is under the control of the Muhammadan Sunni. And the Sunni, they hate the Shia, and the Shia, they hate the Sunni. You know the thing, as Joe Biden said. But even the Shia, they are afraid from this group, because always traditional authority, they are afraid from somebody coming with something new. They don't want to hear it, they will not accept it, and they will make you face the consequence. And now, after a lot of struggle with those people, they put them in jail first, they get them out, etc. They made them sign in it like a statement that they will not do this again, blah 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 blah. And now they are asking to put them in jail again. And I find it very funny that what's happening here for the Shia or this group, regardless how stupid Islam in general, and even those who they call themselves this group, I found them very silly and very stupid too, because I found it very funny that they don't agree that a genie is is inside a Muslim, but they agree that genie can have sex with a Muslim. Yeah. So supposedly they are the smartest Muslims, they are like the educated one. They believe in the stories of Al-Hussein and Hassan. They speak 70 million languages, but certain stories doesn't make sense for them. So simply they are the same. They believe in garbage, but I wanted to choose to talk about them today to show you how always the one is in control of the culture will not accept a new, let us say, group. So if you try to establish a new group, always they will go against you. And not only that, this is not only in Islam, by the way, it's only even in Christianity. In Christianity, in certain time, there's a church leaders who they are, seeking power. They are not seeking God. They control the church, and they don't allow anyone to question, to think. Even they forbid a huge number of population not even to read the Bible. So they can be in control of everything. Nobody is educated. Nobody knows. We are the only one knows, and we can control the crowd. So always those groups exist, as we said, even in Christianity, of a group of religious people who they are trying to be in control, so they can, let us say, have the authority only in their hand. Like as an example, you will see, you know, I don't like to divide between the Christians, but you like to see in some Christian community where the majority, as an example, Orthodox. Right away, if there's somebody is a Protestant, they start saying, oh, he is supported by the CIA, the Israelis supporting him, the Jews, etc. Those are false Christians, etc. So the majority of the people do not know that those people are not what they are calling them. They will believe the priest, but the priest is not being a Christian. The priest is a satanic man trying to deceive people. So, and that, like, vice versa, doesn't matter who is the one is saying that, but always there is somebody who don't like the Christian to be united, and because he want to gain the authority, so no competition, no other church take over, no someone else doing better than me, and even though I'm doing nothing, so we frame them, we smear them, we lie about them. And this is the same happened in a Muslim society. If somebody come with something they don't agree with, the majority, they try to accuse them of things far away from reality, like they are Jews. They are sponsored by the CIA. They are supported by the Christians. The Vatican sent them. I mean, if you read articles about those people, you will not believe it, how far the Muhammadan, they go with their accusation. All of this because those guys who believe in Allah and Muhammad and the Quran don't believe in some stories. And this guy, I don't know if this is the same guy or not, maybe not the same guy, he claimed that he saw a dream and he saw Al-Hassan, Al-Hussein, and then like the Shia, they went crazy against him. You cannot say that you saw a dream. You cannot claim to be anything. Like, you know, we can see a dream. You cannot see a dream. Al-Hussein can see a dream. You cannot see a dream. So, you know, the Islamic society always they try to mute new voices, regardless if they are, those are not atheists, they are not communist, and they are not rejecting Islam. They are not against the Quran. They are saying their stories doesn't make sense, at least the interpretation of it. And then suddenly they made them satanic, they are CIA, etc. But isn't it this is the same what Muhammad did? Isn't it this is what all the Sahaba, the companion of Muhammad, did? Anyone would say anything is not what Muhammad said, he is the enemy of Allah. He is a Jew, he is a Hindu, he is a Buddhist. When a group of Muslims they decide to think, and they come to conclusion that the Quran, as long as it's a book, and before it was a book, it was a spoken word by Allah, then it was created by Allah. For just saying the Quran created by Allah, they killed them all. Even the Caliphate, he brought their leader, and he brought him in the day of I think it was a Fitr, you know, after the no, actually not. I mean the you know, the one they call it Fitr is Adha too, because Muslim they sacrifice in both occasions. The one they call it Fitr and the one they call it Adha. But I think he brought him in the day of Adha, the day of sacrifice, and he tied him up. And the Caliphate, he spoke on the people, and he says, today I brought you a sacrifice, but it's not a goat, it's not a sheep, it is a man, and this is the man. He claimed that the Quran is created, and he got his knife and he slit his throat in the middle of the mosque, because the mosque is a butcher house. So he just said he believed in Muhammad, he believed in Allah, he believed in the Quran. He just said the Quran is created. The majority don't agree with that. The minority have to die. But things now is changing. You know, I find it very funny and very stupid of those who they are trying to stop this group, regardless if they are smart or not. We are in the world of the internet, and those people, they can go to different country and they can say whatever they want, and people will hear them from around the world. In fact, now they are making them more famous and more people watching their videos. As you see, if we go to their channel, this is the channel they have. They don't have a big number of subscribers, but this is until now. Let us see what will happen in the coming week, in the coming month, because now they are in TV. They are, you know, they made them famous by opposing them, speaking too much against them. They made them, they will make them really famous, and they will grow. So always those who try to mute, you know, to mute like your voice, it can work in the opposite way, because you give them, you know, publicity, maybe a publicity they never thought of before, and now they are in the news, they are in the BBC, they are in the human rights website, they are everywhere. So I wanna say to the Muslims, you're trying to mute people, even your own. It is a very stupid idea. It's not going to work. You know, all days is over where you can chop the head of somebody and that's it. You know, when the Muhammadan, they killed Rashad Khalifa. Rashad Khalifa is the one who come with the false claim of what is called Miracle 19, number 19. And Ahmad Deedat, he took what he said and he put it in his book and he made big noise about it. But later Rashad Khalifa, he did announce that he is a messenger of Allah. And he claimed that the Quran have additional, you know, verses and chapters, which means corrupt, and he is the one who will put it to the original by using his mathematical method, which is false, by the way. Let me see. Yeah, this is Rashad Khalifa. He's from Pakistan. Actually, we have to admit that he is a very smart person, you know, with mathematics. I think he have a PhD in chemistry, and he did really a lot of work trying to make Islam look good and sound good. But you know, I can destroy his method, and I did many times, of calculation in 2 seconds, because all his method is based on number 19, which is not really the letters he counting is not correct. But when this guy he come with a new idea, which is a mathematical to prove the Quran, the Muhammadan, they loved him. He became famous like fire. Tajdeed mean to renew. Tajdeed. So he became so famous like fire, and everybody speak about him. As you see, even Deedat, he put his mathematical study in his books. Deedat himself, he's a Sunni. But then when this guy, he said something they don't agree with. No, I don't think he's an Egyptian. I think he is I think he's a Pakistani. Let me check, you know, just to be sure. Because, you know, Egyptian, I don't know really where it's from exactly, but I think from his accent, because Egyptian, they have different accents usually. Oh, it says Egyptian, you are right. Okay. Well, yeah, it says Egyptian. Okay, thank you for correcting me. Yeah. Anyway, now this guy, he established the Muslims supported him big deal in the beginning. He established a mosque in Arizona. He became so famous. People, they start joining his group from everywhere, and they have like thousands of websites about him and about his study. As you see, this is 19.org, because this is what he is famous with, the miracle of number 19, which is absolutely stupid, false miracle. In defense of Rashad Khalifa against slanders. So, you know, this is the guy actually I debated with, if you remember, in ABN TV, and those ABN idiots, the one who was in the, you know, he gave him permission to leave because the guy was, you know, terminated. So he left after maybe, I don't know, 30 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. So this guy who wrote the article now, it's called, his name is Edip Yuskil. He is a Turkish. So they are defending him, and now he have many followers. And then the guy, when he claimed to be a messenger of Allah, now he became a messenger of God. And until now, Rashad Khalifa, he have a big mosque full of believers who believe really he is a messenger of Allah. No, the one was not the moderator. His name, I forgot his name. He's African American. He was a Muslim. He left Islam, and then he converted to Islam again. He's mental. Anyway, I think his name is Edward, something like that. Yeah, you have found an old allegation from a newspaper to slander and defame Rashad Khalifa, whom you hate to your bones. Through your post in the forum and the chat conversation, obviously, to know you hate Rashad Khalifa. He invited you to follow the Quran alone by rejecting worshipping your religious leaders and prophets through, you know. Anyway, so here you see the struggle of somebody. His name is Rashad Khalifa. He is trying his best to reform the stupidity of Islam and trying to make Islam smarter. But he himself, he was so stupid, he forgot that you cannot reform something stupid and you cannot make something stupid smarter. And the result of that, they killed him. When he made what is called the miracle of number 19, just to show you the hypocrisy of the Muhammadan, when I write against it in my book, proving that this is false, the Muhammadan, they get angry and they flag my videos, my books, even in Amazon, asking Amazon to take it down. As an example, actually, Quran and Science, right now you cannot find it in Amazon, and Amazon cannot explain to me why it's not there. Nobody can explain to me, you know. And this is why I'm going to make a new book, which is, you know, some change in it, and repost it again. It's going to be the same almost. I mean, just some change, and post it in Amazon. So when Rashad Khalifa, he made his claims, and I got him busted with everything he said. This guy was fine for them until he claimed to be messenger of Allah. And then you will see the hypocrisy of the Muhammadan. Suddenly, every single Muslim want to refute the miracle of number 19. No, for sure, except the, you know, like people like they have mental issue, like this guy Fakira. You know Fakira? Refutation to Rashad Khalifa 19 theory nonsense. Muslims. Islam awareness. Rashad Khalifa exposed QuranIslam.org. Rashad Khalifa, messenger of covenant. This is his mosque. This is his official mosque in Arizona. Mosque Masjid Tuscan in Arizona. Answering Christianity. This guy, you know, the guy who looked like a girl, you know him? You know what his name? I forgot his name. This is stupid, you know, the guy who started laughing at the Quran when he was talking to me. He said the Quran does not have, he said no. He said when we spoke about magic, he says it's proven to be that magic is false. The second I showed him the verse in the Quran, he hung up. Actually, I saw a video of him debating who? Anthony Roger, you know, he divide his hair like girls, you know, left and right. You know, it's very funny, and he have a face of a girl. So this is his website. Rashad Khalifa cult exposed. Al-Hakam, how God deals with falsehood. Yeah, how you send somebody to kill him in his kitchen. Warning against Rashad Khalifa. Call the monotheism. Refuting the argument of hadith. Okay, so this guy was their hero, was their hero for many years. But the day he said, and that he put his theory in his book. There's a video of somebody asking that, how you put his, you know, let me see if I can find it. Hold on, give me a second. Someone asked him, why you put the book of Rashad Khalifa, Miracle, in your book? Did that because he's a potato. Actually, here we go. I made a video about it. Somebody reposted it. And we played the video there. You can go watch it. How Prophet Rashad Khalifa, PVUH, exposed the false Muslims. So this stupid did that. He is the same as the rest. Anything, when I prove Islam, he will take it even if it's a lie. And you will hear that, the coward, the liar. He have no shame. He's like a potato in the front. That's because this question was like a rock in the top of his head. So as long as Rashad Khalifa is a fraud, how and why you took his writing and you added to your book? And then, as I remember, did that at that time in this video, he said, I thought, you know, and I took it, and actually some of his study. What is the word? Anyone remember what he said? I forgot the word. You know, he said, which means it's not right. You know, it's like there's something big deal missing in it. Here we go. This is the video, short video. If you want, it's 2 minutes and 50. Miracle 19, Rashad Khalifa exposed. So here did that. They asked him, how in the world you put his writing in your book? And he admit that this is a lie. The miracle is a false. So why you write it down? He will tell you, I want to use it to, you know, to promote Islam. They have no shame. And this reminds us of other guy, if you remember. Do you remember the guy? His name is Harun Yahya. Do you remember him? Harun Yahya, you will find his name is in my book. Actually, my book, most of it was to refute this Harun Yahya. Harun Yahya, when he made his website and books about Islam, about the miracle of the Quran, every single Muslim used it. Until now, they're still using it. One day, Harun Yahya went against Erdogan. Now, this guy, he have a very famous TV program to do dawah. He's like Ali Dawa, but in the program of Ali Dawa is the girl. Here, this guy, he bring real women. For sure, they have a lot of silicone boobs, you know, and they are wearing short skirts and they dance, but nobody noticed, nobody complain. And the Muslim, they praise him and they use his books. But this guy is always like this. And in TV, his TV is 24 hours. This is how he do his dawah, which is, I love it, man. I mean, look at my admins and look at his admins. Just let us be honest here, no? So every Muslim speak about how amazing the miracle of the Quran written by Harun Yahya. He is a hero. He is a big deal. They invite him to conferences around the world, to Middle East, to Dubai, to Kuwait. I mean, everywhere. I want to open dawah in Turkey. Hey guys, I have to go. I'm going to move to Turkey. Sorry. I'm going to open Dawah TV in Turkey, and nice talking to you. Okay, I'm going to switch religion too. I want to be a Muslim, and I will write books about the miracle of the Quran. And I'm sick of those admins I have. Honestly, I mean, what the heck is? Those are the real admins. Look at this, man. Yeah, you know, Subhanallah, Subhanallah. So this guy, look. This is a very well-known Abdul. He's an American stupid convert. He's a potato. If he talked to me for 5 minutes, I will make him shish kebab. So his name, he called himself Sheikh too. Now he's a Sheikh. Anyone he grew a beard is a Sheikh. Sheikh Yusuf State speak about Harun Yahya and his works. So he said he was going to a conference, and before he entered the conference, he was going to the airport. Somebody gave him a book, and the book have a cover of a skull. And it says the miracle of the Quran. He opened it. He said, that's it. This is what was missing. That was missing. So as you see, you know, they praise him. They worship the guy. He is the hero. And then the second he's, you know, Erdogan, he, you know, and the Muslim Brotherhood machine, they start fighting him because he is against the Muslim Brotherhood. And he is supporting Golan. If you do not know who Golan is the one who made Erdogan a president. So the second he go against Erdogan is again, you know, accused him of a child molestation. Erdogan, he forgot who is there, his prophet. Human trafficking. I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, look who is around him. I cannot really. I mean, this is fishy, isn't it? This is too much beef. So. Prostitution, blah blah blah. But Erdogan was a president for Turkey for 20 years. Where you been before? How come now? The second he opposed him, even Zakir Naik praised Harun Yahya. Amazing Harun Yahya. And actually, I'm going to make a program. It's called Dance Not With Me, For Me. You know, Dawah TV. Look at this. I mean, don't you love this Dawah? Anyway, so this guy, the second he spoke against Erdogan, and then suddenly they start looking in his dirty, you know, stable. He have a lot of dirt for sure. I mean, look at this guy. This guy is messed up. But he was their hero. I mean, nobody, where was Zakir Naik? Where is everybody? I mean, nobody know. This TV is very famous. It's in YouTube. He used to have a 24 hours live every day. He put those iPad, look how many iPad, you know, 2 computer iPads. I mean, not 1 iPad, not 2 iPad, 3 iPad, and they are big, huge, you know, and live on air, TV, satellite, and YouTube. All right. So, and then when he went against Erdogan, suddenly, you know, this guy is a fraud, he's bad, you know, but what happened? But until now, by the way, many Muhammadan, they use his claim of miracles, as you see, like this video here. This is just 2 years ago. This is Obama. This is Mirza Ghulam, who he claimed to be the Messiah, and he was married for 3 years. You know, and by the way, this is the story of every Muslim in Islam. Like now, Andrew Tate. How many Muslims they feature him in their channel? How many Muslims they you know, they support him because he is famous, he can promote Islam, they can use him. But if Andrew Tate one day he said something very unagreeable about Islam, they will start accusing him that he is a Jew, he was sent by the CIA, he is a Mossad agent. Just wait. The second you come with something they don't like, they will frame you. And now they are saying that they are framing this guy, even though this guy, everybody knows he's a pimp, and even after he converted to Islam, his pimp house is working. I mean, how this guy, he converted to Islam, and the Muslim, they invite him to every channel, but nobody asks him why you don't stop doing the pimp website business. Anyway, because Islam is a pimp house anyway. So the Muhammadan, all of them, they have the same way of treating each other. The second, as long you are supporting Islam and you are the biggest liar in the world, you are fine. Like when Mimi Hijab, he was debating David Wood, every single answer Mimi Hijab he said in the debate, if we can call it a debate, it was a lie. Like, not a single Jew believe Allah have a son, not a single Jew believe in Trinity, not you know, and he said to him, Allah have a hand, Allah have a body part. Mimi Hijabi answered saying, who said so? So I mean, you can watch my video refuting him, and that's why he gets so upset from me, not from David Wood. David Wood was standing in the stage and not answering, you know, and the Muslim, they were laughing. But in fact, David Wood, he got a great opportunity to wipe the floor with this guy, but he did not do it. Because I believe he is not really, you know, qualified to debate. You know, I noticed, like, you know, some certain people, they like to go and discuss in philosophy, you know, like philosophy style. This is not a debate. When you debate Islam, you don't debate with philosophy. That's, you know, you debate about a fact they believe in. Fact they believe in. Not, it's not a fact for us. It's a fact they believe in. So when somebody says to you, you say to him, Allah have a hand, and he said to you, who said so? You don't just let it go. You say to him, the Quran says so. Here we go. This is the verse. Ibn Kathir says so. Al-Tabari says so. Al-Qurtubi says so. Al-Jalalain says so. Abu Hurairah says so. The Prophet says so. What they do, they love to do philosophy style debate. You know, they are like a Greek people going, you know, sitting with Aflaton, you know, which is not the way to debate Muslims. We are talking about the lowest religion in earth. Savage. What philosophy? When you debate a savage religion, you have to be savage with that religion. Otherwise, you are going nowhere. In fact, they will make mockery of you, and you will become the joke of everybody. And then after the debate, everybody thought, a Muslim, they believe, well, you know, the Mimi Hijab, he won the debate. For sure he won. He was making mockery. But the reality, it's the opposite. The reality that Mimi Hijab, he really got busted his religion. He made fun of his prophet. If you type right now in YouTube, Allah has hands, you will find even the friends of Mimi Hijab saying, yes, Allah have hands. Yes, Allah, he have legs. In fact, there's a video of Mimi Hijab himself saying, yes, Allah have a body. But in the debate, he said, who said so? So in Islam, as long as you are supporting Islam, even if you are lying, Muslims, they have no problem with that. They support you. They will take your side because they understand what you are doing. They understand that you are lying to support Allah. And this is lawful. If you go right now, you will see Mimi Hijab making fun of this guy. His name is Sajid. Let us see. Muhammad Hijab Sajid. Actually, he made a whole website or page, and I don't know where, which Instagram somewhere, just to make fun of this guy. But if you ask yourself why, those people, they love to compete, and if they find somebody, he might take their place, they put him down right away. They want the Muslims come and listen to us. All of them did not know how to debate. All of them, they are liars. All of them, they have zero dignity and ethic. But what they do, they slander each other heavily. Heavily. It's not like, you know, you say that guy do not know to debate. No. They accuse each other. They are not Muslim. They are fake. They are not real. They are, you know, they are changing the way of Allah. They are fabricating, you know, etc. So they go heavily against each other. And you will see this Muslim convert, stupid, Sajid, who didn't dare even to let me give him a call. Same as Mimi Hijab. You know, he is struggling with them. What he can do, how he can shut them up. They are ripping him apart. And when they attack like with teeth. But if you spoke to them, they would say Muslims are brothers, and you know, we are brothers. But they bite each other with no mercy. Yeah, I'm avoiding to play the videos. I wish I can play them because we will have a very great entertainment if we can, you know. That will be a very good entertainment, trust me. You know, there's a video of Mimi Hijab. It says, this is a new video, the ignorance of Richard Dawkins. I mean, look who talk about ignorance, the one who believed that, you know, Allah, he made Jews, pigs, and monkeys. He is going to refute Richard Dawkins. The one who believed that Suleiman died standing holding a stick for a year. Yeah, you know, the ignorance of Richard Dawkins, yeah. Respond to Mimi Hijab and Jordan Peterson podcast. Daniel, look, this is Ali Dawa. You know, they joined the scandal, you know, like the biting party. Daniel annihilate Sajid Ilibham. Annihilate. How? Daniel reveals Sajid deceptions. Supposedly this guy Daniel is the best. You see, but by the way, this potato, he have no problem to debate David Wood once after once after once, but he will never dare to touch my door. Potato. Open letter to Muhammad Hijab. Look who is in the door behind Muhammad Hijab. Look who are those people all on? Look, hold on. Who are those people behind the door? Man, that's a nice cartoon. Yeah, and they make cartoon to each other. You know, the Muslim, they try to, you know, to bully. They are bully, you know. So they put your head, you know, in a goat or a sheep or etc. I mean, like, you know, they post a picture, supposedly this is me, and they make fun of the cartoon. I mean, they are the bully nation, literally. So they loved, you know, I cannot describe it more than a bully. The second they don't agree with each other, the bully start, the bully party. They are like the same as their God. Bully. What about the ketchup boy? Sheikh Othman. They made for him tons of videos to bully him too. I mean, do you think the Christian, they will bully the guy? No. Who bully them? The Muslims. Uthman ibn Farouk, a sheikh who cannot recite the Quran. What the channel name? Muslim Education Academy. Uthman ibn Farouk official. One Message Foundation. Let us see. Where is the Salafi Uthman bin Farouk? What a joke. Al-Islam Protection. Trailer. There is a trailer. They made a movie of the guy. 100 Arabic mistake of miskeen, which mean miskeen is like poor guy, like stupid, you know. Miskeen Uthman ibn Farouk. Shocking ignorance. But this guy, he claimed to be a sheikh. And you know, the funny is, do you remember the guy who called me just a few days ago from Nigeria? The guy who asked me to read the Quran? You know, he when I examined my Arabic, supposedly. You know, but he himself did not know Arabic. So this guy, he claimed to be a sheikh, and he claimed that he have a master's degree in the hadith. But yet he cannot read his book. In one video, they have for you 100 mistake. This is not my video. This is not made by me. I have nothing to do with it. And you can watch it and you can die laughing at his reading of the Quran. In fact, he add words is not even there. He add words. It's not even in the Quran when he's reading. So here you see, we gave you an idea how this bully religion work. It's a bully. Each one of them, he claimed that he is a sheikh. So Mimi Hijab and Ali Dawa, his girlfriend, they are partners. So they are one team against the others. The others against them. Everybody against everybody. And when one of them he feel weak, he asks for help. Let me give you another bully. All of us, we knew a very famous Muslim, Muhammadan. His name is Yasser Kadhi. Yasser Kadhi, he was the Ustad of Muhammad Hijab for years. And Muhammad Hijab, he called him Sheikh, which means he is his master. You know? Yasser Kadhi. Hold on. I'm typing the word wrong. Kadhi. He. Yeah, he. Okay. And he have tons of even Yasser Kadhi. He went to England, and we saw Muhammad Hijab sitting with him, and he is wearing jeans have holes in it, fashion, you know. So Yasser Kadhi interview with Mimi Hijab, and you will see Mimi Hijab is talking to him like a kid. You are the teacher, you are the master. But then one day, in the middle of the night, Yasser Hijab, he asked Yasser Kadhi a question. He said to him, if we give you a plain paper and we ask you to write the Quran, how you'll write it, it's going to be the same? Do you remember? Guys, do you remember the video? Yasser Kadhi, he refused to answer. He said, brother, this question should not be in public. This is not for public. My friend, my brother, this is not for public. This should not be a question. Join my class. I will explain to you, but this is not a good question for public. Now, you ask yourself, why it's not good a question for public? Because a lot of people there. So Mimi Hijab, he was like worshipping the guy. Then one day he said something. And then every single Muslim want to take a bite of Yasser Kadhi, including Zakura Nayuka. Look at this video. Their own sheikh refute them. Yasser Kadhi and Muhammad Hijab. They are refuting all. They brought a sheikh. he agree with them, but he refute them, which means showing you how Muslim they oppose each other. They lie because everybody is liar. This is why you cannot find two Muslims saying the same thing about Islam. You cannot find two Muslims without agreeing about anything. You know, they agree about not to agree. They agree if they are debating a Christian, yes, they support you. But the second you go Muslims, you will see how they bite each other. Yasser Kadhi, totally wrong. Zakir Naik. This is Abdullah Samir, he's an ex-Muslim. This is the guy, the Muslim, they are angry from him because he became an atheist. They start talking about his white wife. I mean, how low they are. They attack the guy, claiming that he is so low. And by the way, he have a white wife. What? And like in this video, our friend here, what his name? I forgot this guy name. I don't know. Somebody tell me, remind me the name. The Christian guy. Anyway, so he was, and Yasser Kadhi, he start even insulting, calling names, putting, I mean, it is horrible. Here, both are in love. Yasser Kadhi and Muhammad Hijab interview. You see the pictures? They are in love. This is before the holes. This is the interview of the holes. Yeah, J. Smith. Yeah. Mimi Hijab decided to sing Quran to Patterson, so he will convert to Islam. And actually, I found that Mimi Hijab, he put now this part in the first page of his page, the first, like in the home page, he have himself singing to Patterson, and he have echo to the video. And he add echo. Not shirk. No, it's shirk. This is the Muslims are refuting each other. What is shirk? What is not? I mean, this is major stuff, you know. Anyway, so I just gave you an example that those Muslims, they never stop biting each other. But when you debate Muslim, you will see all the Muslims in the comments support the Muslim who they are against him. This is Shabir Ali. Shabir Ali, you know, he did not go like in a major issues. I mean, he made a lot of poo-poos, but the Muslim did not really bite him too much. One day, somebody asked Shabir Ali when he is going to debate me. Okay. You know, you remember? Yeah. And the Muslim, they are saying, he don't debate me because I am not smart.
Get 20% off.
Oh boy. Commercial break. The reason he don't debate me because I'm not smart. You know, he's not smart. Is he? Potato. Anyway, so let us see Skype. Look like we have some text messages. I am a Muslim. The username is a joke, by the way. I'm messaging you because I start seeing your channel and I want to talk to you about a few points you made. I am not cookie and I do not know answer to one of your question. So if I don't know one, okay, let's go with this guy. I don't know what this guy is about. Let us see. Maybe we get a Muhammadan. He called himself Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is when I talk to me from jail. Hello? Yes, so you are Andrew Tate, my friend? You said you want to debate me?
Yeah, I wanted to just have a conversation about a few points that you made.
Okay, but you call yourself Andrew Tate. Why?
It was a joke.
Ah, it was a joke. Ah, okay.
Yeah. It was a joke.
How old are you?
18.
Are you sure you are 18?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead, my friend. What do you want to say? You are a Muslim, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Okay. First, Assalamu alaikum. I just want to talk about a few points because I saw your channel a few weeks back and I wanted to address a few points that you said.
Okay.
So, the first one, I think you had said that Allah fails to make himself unique
I'm listening.
before.
I'm listening.
So, based off of that surah, Allah says that he's eternal and that he neither begets nor is he begotten. And you said that Jibril and like the other angels are also eternal. Did you say that or did you not? Or am I misunderstanding?
No, it's not that. I said like it says لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when it says he's not begotten and he's not born, well, is Jibril born? And did Jibril give birth? No.
Yeah. Jibril was born. He was not born in the same way that
how he can be born?
Now.
Do he have a mother?
He was created.
Yeah, but this is not born. You know what born mean, right?
Yes.
Okay, born doesn't mean if you are created. You know, I am created too, and you are created, but we are born. Correct?
Yes. Okay. So by born, if you mean like born as in born out of,
there's no other meaning for born. Born is born of a mother. Otherwise, you're not born.
Okay. Okay, then born, if you mean by that, then that's a fair point. But if you say that other thing where there's nothing like him, then there are many things like the angels. Jibril is an angel. There are multiple angels, but there's not multiple gods. Yeah, so
this is a claim Muhammad he said, but the Quran proves the opposite. As an example, if you open with me the first chapter in the Quran, do you have your Quran with you?
I can see the first chapter.
Okay.
I can see that.
All right. In the first chapter, it says, in the name of Allah, the most, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Who is the one who's talking? Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. What does that mean?
Does that mean all praise and gratitude be to Allah, Lord of the worlds?
Who is talking?
Well, the Quran is Allah's word, yes?
Okay, so Allah is saying Alhamdulillah, thanks to Allah.
Yeah, so this surah represents a conversation that so you know how the prayer, the obligatory prayer starts with this surah, right? So this surah represents a conversation that the Muslim has.
What is the conversation? Where do you get the word conversation from? Is it in the Quran saying this is a word of conversation?
No, I'm saying this is what the surah represents.
No, it's not up to you. When you say something, you have to prove it.
Yeah, so there is a hadith. I can try to do some research and find it.
No problem. You see, you Muslims, very funny. I'm not trying to put you down, by the way.
Sure.
But it's very funny to say there's a hadith, and then that's mean the Quran is missing. You could not give me the guidance of Allah to explain who is Allah, except by going to a hadith. And hadith is a word of a man. His name is Muhammad, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in order for Muhammad to explain, he have to receive words from God, correct?
Yes.
What is the word of God? Here we go. We go back to zero. We go back to the Quran.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fair. So another point, you said that the Quran affirms the Bible.
No, let's focus first on Allah. So if Allah is unique, as an example, the Quran proved that Jesus is not God and his mother too. But the Christian don't believe that the mother of Jesus is God anyway. But how Allah he proved that Jesus is not God?
So there was a group of Christians that did actually believe that Mary was
not true. Not even never exist.
Wasn't that the Coloridians?
There is nobody believe that she is a part of a Trinity, not a single Christian group.
There was a Christian group called the Coloridians, I believe,
I
that
don't,
said that she was
those
part
are,
of the Trinity.
if they are exist, those are Christians. So how you can call them Christians? You know, when you
They
say, no,
identified
my
Christians.
friend,
It was a Christian group.
well, my friend, when I say Christian, a Christian is people who believe in Trinity. If they don't, like as an example, we have Jehovah's Witnesses, right?
Yes.
Can we call them Christians?
I mean, I'm not familiar with the Jehovah's Witness belief.
No, we cannot. They call them Jehovah's Witnesses because they don't believe in the Trinity.
They don't believe in Trinity.
Okay, so if you don't believe in the Trinity, which is God the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, you are no Christian. And when the Quran, he speak of Mary, but he called the Nasara, all the Christian believe in that. He doesn't say a group. So when a Muhammadan like you try to fix it, he say a group. But you know, then you have to say a group. Some Christian they say, or some people say, no, he called the Christians. He say that those who say that and those are the Christians. But if you look with me, chapter 5, verse number 75.
Okay, can you read?
How
you want me to
Allah,
read it, or you want to read it?
you know Arabic?
No.
Okay, read it in any language you want. What translation you are reading?
Well, you want to read it in English, cause like, how do you want to do it?
Well, here you can check it yourself in your phone or computer. Allah want to prove that Jesus and his mother are not God. Why? Because they eat food. Is that correct?
I can check. I'm not near my computer now, but I can check if you like.
You can do as you wish. I have it in the screen anyway.
Okay. So yeah, if you could we give me a minute, I can check on that on the computer, or you can read it, cause yeah.
My friend, you can just type in your computer, because in Skype, the good thing about Skype, you can exit the page of Skype, I mean the app, and you can search on your phone, correct? So
Yeah.
chapter 5, verse number 75, read it. So it says, Allah trying to prove to the Christians that Jesus cannot be God and his mother, which is funny, because they eat food.
But does God eat food?
Do Jibreel eat food?
I mean, I don't know what Jibreel does. I don't know what Jibreel is, but I know that God is self-sufficient. Yes.
This is not the question. Jibreel, that means Jibreel is self-sufficient too. He's God.
Jibreel is not God.
What?
He's an angel. He's a creation.
Okay, you see, we are using the logic of your God. Your God said they eat food, trying to prove that he is not God, right? So the one who don't eat food, he is God.
I mean, we don't know if Jibreel eats food or not. That's the thing.
No, you know, the chapter was speaking about when the three angels they came to Abraham, they did not, and he put food for them. They did not touch it, and this is how Abraham he noticed that they are angels, not the human. Right?
They did not touch it. That doesn't mean that they don't eat food. That just means that they didn't.
No, this is what your Muslim says. This is not me.
Gotcha. So, like for example, when you say Abraham gave food to the angels, and they did not accept it.
My friend, you can search right now. You will find that every single Muslim in the world, especially scholars, agree that angels don't eat food.
Okay, so based off that alone, if, for example, if you was to say the verse says Jesus is not God because he doesn't eat food, or because he does eat food. I'm sorry.
Because he eats food.
Because he eats food.
Yeah.
So he cannot be God.
Why? Are you saying to me that your God cannot eat food?
He doesn't need to eat food.
No. My question is very simple.
Yes.
Can your God eat food, or he cannot?
I mean, I don't think he does not need to eat food. He's self-sufficient.
No, you see, we are. This is not about he need. You know, Jesus he fasted.
Okay.
Jesus did fast for 40 days, not fast from drinking tea and coffee, and you know, fast, total fast. There is no human being can fast for 40 days. But this is another question now. Can your God eat or not?
Okay, I say no, because God does some things that befit his. Hold on, no, I say no because the difference between what God does and what God is. So what God is he's eternal and he's self-sufficient. So what God does
but the
things
angel
that befit
Jibreel,
that nature.
the angel Jibreel and all the angels don't eat. That means they are self-sufficient. That's mean they are God.
You asked me if God can eat food. I responded to you, yeah?
No. You see, you are saying to me because he is self-sufficient, he don't eat. There's the reason, right? The reason. You are bringing me the reason.
No, I'm saying because he does not eat.
Yeah, this is the
He
reason.
does not have to.
No,
He doesn't,
because you
because
don't have to. Okay, Jibreel, you don't have to.
yeah.
Why?
So what I'm saying
So no. What you
is
are saying that Allah is God because He is self-sufficient, where all the angels are self-sufficient. If you open the chapter 51, verse number 27, you will find the Quran saying clearly that when He brought for them food, those the guests who came to Lut, not to Abraham, sorry. Actually, to Abraham, sorry. They did not touch it. Why? Because simply they are angels. You can open the interpretation because angels don't eat. And then right away, he noticed because they did that, you know, he noticed that they are angels.
okay.
So,
Yeah,
so the angels,
yes.
they don't eat food. Allah don't eat food. Which one of them is God?
Allah is God.
Okay, but Allah, He said in the Quran, because Jesus eat food, He cannot be God. But now we have all the angels, they don't eat food.
Well, actually, yeah, that's I'll give you that one. Like I said, if I
Okay,
don't know
you gave me
the
many
answer
of
to your
them. So
question,
let us see another one. The
okay.
Quran says you cannot compare, and this is what you call me for, right? You can compare in Allah. Allah is unique, right?
Well, that's one of the reasons, yeah.
Okay, but can we compare Allah to anything?
I mean, he's God, yes. There's nothing like him.
This is not the question. Can I compare him to
Yes.
anything or not?
Can you compare him?
Yeah.
No.
Why we cannot compare him?
Cannot compare him as who he is? No, you cannot compare God to anything. Can you agree that you can't compare God to anything?
Can I say, okay, do you go to school?
Yes.
All right. Can I say you are the best student, or I cannot say that?
What do you mean? Can you say you're the best student?
I want to compare you to the student in your age, in your school. Can I compare you, or I cannot?
You can.
Why I can compare? Because there is many of you, correct?
Yes.
So if I compare, that means you are not only one, right?
If you compare me to other humans, then there's not only one.
No. If I say,
talking about the
okay, hold on. If I say I am the best student, does that mean you are the only student, or there's many students?
No, that means there's many students.
If I say I am the best creator.
Okay, that brings us to my next point. The best of creators, humans are also creators, right?
No.
How? A father and a mother
can you create
a son.
No. Your father and mother, they cannot create anything. This is God. He gave the ability of reproduce, not to recreate. The creator is God. You know, a second ago, if you remember 5 minutes ago, I asked you, me and you were created. You agreed, correct? We are
Yes.
created by who? By our mother or by our God?
I mean, we're created.
By who?
By
who?
We were created by God, yes?
Exactly.
God created everything.
So your mother and your father cannot create you. God gave them the ability. This is God's ability. And you remember, in Islam, you remember that even the soul, you can create the sperm, the semen, but Allah, He sent His angel to put the soul inside the body, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's
okay. So the soul is coming, not only the body. But if we go in the Quran, you will find the Quran says, what is the word of creation? Chapter 22, verse number 73. Search it. It says, how you worship someone instead of Allah, and you worship those ones who cannot even create a fly. So the word of creation in the Quran is not for a creating of a bicycle. This is not a creation. This is a creative idea. I did not create the steel. I did not create the rubber. I did not create anything. I just put them together.
I think it's God that's giving people the ability to create.
No, this is not. No, my friend, the creator.
Didn't you say that?
Okay, when I say, okay, hold on, I will go with you. So you just said now, I will go with you. You see, I will adopt now your idea. It's the correct one. Forget about my idea. So I will adopt your idea. So you are saying now to me that we as a human, we are creators.
we create other humans based off of the
Okay.
ability that God has given us
Just
to
give
do
me an
this.
answer. So now, are you saying to me that we as a human, we are creators?
Like I said, yes, we create other
Okay,
humans
so
based
how
off of
you are
God's
calling
ability.
me, saying to me, you want to prove that Allah is unique? You just agreed that we are a creator, Allah is a creator, so we are creators and He's a creator. So all of us, we are creators. He's not unique.
He says he's the best of creators.
Exactly.
That's valid.
Okay, that's mean he is, I asked you, can we compare Allah to something else? You said no. But now he is saying he is the best of the creators. That's mean he is, I am a creator, he is a creator, I am God, he is God. He is the best God, I am lower God. How in
Yeah,
the world is...
he's the best of creators. Like I said,
Okay,
humans
can I compare Allah to an idol? And I say he is the best of the creator?
compare Allah to an idol. I mean, an idol's an idol, right?
Idol, pagan God.
Like Baal or something like that.
Yeah. Can I say Allah is the best of the creator compared to Baal?
I mean, Baal is an idol.
Okay.
It's just a stone figure.
So are you saying this is wrong to compare Allah to Baal?
Yes.
Okay, then how Allah he compare himself to Baal in the Quran?
Where does he compare himself to Baal at?
In the Quran.
Can you tell me where?
All right. Can you give me a week to find the verse?
Sure.
Yeah, just give me a week. I will call you back. Chapter 37, verse 125. It says, will you call upon Baal and forsake the best of the creators?
Wait, can you repeat that again?
Chapter 37, verse 125. Allah
Yes.
comparing himself to Baal. And remember, you are the one who said to me, it's wrong because we cannot compare Allah to an idol.
Yeah, we cannot compare Allah to an idol. Us humans can't.
But Allah, he himself comparing himself to Baal, claiming that Baal is a creator and he's the best of the creator. Go ahead, read it.
Okay, 37, 125. Hold on, let me read the verse. Like I said, if you're correct, I'll tell you, and I'll give you two fair ones. I'm not a cocky one, right?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay, let me find the verse, and I will... Give me a second. I'm sorry, it was 37 verse what?
125.
125. Yeah, so it says, do you call upon Baal and forsake the best of the creators?
Okay.
So he's okay. So when he says, "Will you call upon Baal?" You know that idolatry worship is haram, right?
No, you Muslim kiss black stones, don't you?
I'm sorry, what?
You Muslim kiss black stones. You go around the Kaaba. That's adultery.
We kiss black stones?
You don't?
I mean, I don't. If they're Muslims, like kiss black stones.
Your prophet, he said.
How's that adultery?
A second ago, you don't like it. Now you like it because your prophet, he said.
No. I'm saying, how's that adultery?
Well, stone, it's a stone. Why you kiss a stone? But let us go here first, and then we go to the stone. So Allah, he compared himself to Baal, and you are the one who said to me, it's wrong to compare Allah to Baal. You remember? You said that.
Yes.
And
so
now,
that's not a comparison.
And now, just to show you how you changed. Now, the second I showed you that this is in the Quran, Allah himself comparing himself to Baal. Now you start using the duct tape method, trying to duct tape what Allah said, forgetting what you just said to me less than 3 minutes ago, that it's wrong to compare Allah to Baal.
No, okay. What I was saying is he's not comparing himself to Baal. He's saying calling upon Baal is idol worship, and that's a sin, and a sin forsakes God, right?
Where it says it's a sin, what, are you adding things to the Quran now? It says, will you call
because the
upon
Quran
Baal?
says idol worship is a sin.
No, my friend. He says, will you call upon Baal and forsake the best of the creators? So
yes,
that means Baal is a creator. Allah is best.
No, that's not what that means. So
Okay,
he's
can
saying,
you compare yourself? Can you say I am the best of fakers?
I mean, you can say that. I don't know why you would.
But that means you are faker.
No, so what he's not saying that Baal is a creator.
No,
He's
no, no,
saying,
no, no, no. Listen to me.
okay,
Focus with me with the word I'm saying. Fake is somebody, a liar, right? False, right?
sure,
So when you compare yourself to someone is false, and you say you are the best of the fakers, that means you are fake too, correct?
yeah, that does mean that.
Exactly. That's what Allah did. When he compared himself to false God, calling him creator, claim he is better a creator, because when you say the word best, if you read with me, it says the best of the creators, not I am the only creator. So if he say, are you going to worship Baal, the false god, the false creator, then that makes sense. But he did not say that. He approved Baal to be God, creator, claiming that he is the best of Baal. So there's Baal, there's Allah, but Allah is better than the Baal. So Allah is not putting down Baal. Allah actually here praising Baal, saying he is a creator, but he is better. Because as I said, you cannot say I am the best of fakers unless you are fake. So if Baal is fake, then you cannot say I am best. Because the word best mean what? The best, I think you speak English better than me. We have better. Correct me if I'm wrong. Better and like best.
Sure,
Best is way better than better, right?
sure.
Okay. But I say, if I say he is the best of the student, that mean I do not mean the student they are bad. I'm just saying that he is really the best between them. He is the most brilliant, huh? But that means they are brilliant too, but he is the highest. So when Allah compare himself to Baal, he is the same as Baal, because you cannot compare yourself to something false and you use the word best. Do you think Allah he used the wrong word in Arabic?
Okay, so I see one problem with this. Now you have a strong case. I do see one problem with it though. So when the Quran says, "You call upon a Baal and forsake the best of the creators," so idolatry is a sin, right?
In,
Now, I'm
is,
not trying to.
in, in
Yes.
Islam is not.
The Quran doesn't say idolatry is. Do you agree that do you believe that idolatry is a sin?
You Muslim worship Muhammad. You associate the name of Allah with the name of Muhammad, don't you?
How do I replace the name of Allah with the name of Muhammad?
No, do not replace it. You associate the name of Allah with the name of Muhammad.
How so?
Okay. If Muhammad says something and Allah says something opposing Muhammad, which one you take?
Has that ever happened?
Oh, thousands of times.
Wait, actually?
Huh?
Can you give me an example of that?
Okay, as an example,
I'm interested now.
the Quran say you can do muta. You know what muta, right?
Yes.
Okay. Muhammad in the hadith says don't do muta. Which one you follow?
Oh, you mean mutamar is the thing that was made haram after, like later, when it became
But
an
there is
issue?
no Quran says haram. You see, I'm comparing between Allah word and Muhammad word. So Muhammad, I ask you, which one you follow? And then you ask me to
Muhammad's
example.
words. Muhammad, if a prophet of God gets his information from, who do you believe the prophet of God gets his information from?
Well, no problem. If Muhammad he got information from Allah, he should get it as Quran, correct?
He can get it in multiple ways. A prophet of God can receive multiple.
That's mean the Quran is not the word of Allah only. There's thousands of books are the word of Allah. Al-Bukhari, you know, Sahih Muslim, At-Tirmidhi. All of these are the books of Allah then.
All of these are the books of Muhammad's accounts, and Muhammad's accounts show that he was given revelations.
So now you
Allah
are.
speaking.
So now, and Muhammad never said that Allah told him. Can you show me where Muhammad said Allah told me, don't do mut'ah? Give me where. Because if you receive it from Allah, still is going to be should be in the Quran. I mean, why Muhammad will not put what Allah he said to him in the Quran? Let's say I receive messages from God, one by the fax, one by email, one by text messages, one by voice messages. At the end of the day, all of them, they are the word of God. Do we agree?
Sure.
Okay. Shouldn't we put them all in where the book of God should be? The word of God? The book of God. We should not put them in
Okay.
the, we should not put them, like, do you write what Allah He said to you in a paper and then you throw it in the garbage, or you throw it, or you put it in the book of God?
I mean, if the book of God is already complete, right?
What
And
complete?
then
You see, you're not focusing with me. I'm asking you. You said that Muhammad, he received Quran in many ways. And actually, I want to show you
no,
something.
I never said that, sir.
You said that. You
I didn't
said,
say he received Quran in many ways. I said that he's a prophet of God.
yeah.
So the words that he speak come from God, right? So like the example of Mutta marriage.
Exactly. That's mean.
marriage,
See, you are worshiping a man. So now you just said to me, the word he speak is the word of God, even though it's not Quran.
well, God can send revelation. Says God can speak through his prophets. Yeah.
No,
do you believe that?
no. Muhammad never spoke to his God. Show me where it says that.
I mean, do you agree that God can speak
My
to his
God, my
prophets?
God, my God, but not your God. You see, when you speak about your God, speak about your God. So did your God speak to Muhammad ever?
I don't mean he spoke to Muhammad. I mean the
Then,
words he
okay,
spoke
then
through.
don't tempt
He
me.
spoke
No, no, there's
through
nothing
Muhammad.
called through. Muhammad used to receive delivery through a postman. His name is Gabriel. He come to Muhammad as a man. Right? So,
Sure.
and Gabriel, he don't give his own words. He gave the word of God, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then how we can find the word of God if it's not in the Quran then? You say to me, Muhammad said, but isn't it the Quran is Muhammad said? You know, do you know that the Quran is a hadith book too?
The Quran is a hadith?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? The Quran is a hadith?
What hadith mean? What hadith mean?
The why hadith? Do you mean like the accounts of the Prophet, or do you mean
What hadith?
in,
What the word hadith mean?
Sir, I'm not familiar with Arabic.
Okay, but you don't, you never heard of the word hadith before?
I heard of the word hadith referring to the writings detailing the accounts of Muhammad.
Exactly.
I've heard of that.
Okay, but the Quran, as an example, saying that the best of the hadith is the Quran, and Allah He speak. When He speak, He is making hadith. Read it, chapter 4, verse number 87. وَمَنْ أَصْدَقُ مِنَ اللَّهِ حَدِيثًا. This is Quran. Quran called the Quran hadith, and then the Allah He speak that the best of the hadith is the Quran. So in chapter 12, verse number 101, it says, "Oh God, bring me from you, bestowed upon me the interpretation of the hadith, which is the book of God, the hadith of God. The Quran is a hadith of God." So as you see, this is all over the Quran. So Quran is hadith, hadith is hadith, and Muhammad, he brings things against the Quran, and Muslims, they follow what Muhammad said. And then not only that, the Muslims, they take what Muhammad said against what Allah said. That means the Muslims, they are pagan and they are not monotheist. And not only that, you Muslim, you associate the knowledge of God with the knowledge of Muhammad. Is that correct?
What do you mean by that?
Okay. Can I say to you, you know best, or God know best?
God knows best.
Okay. Can I say Muhammad and Allah knows best?
Muhammad and Allah?
Yeah?
Muhammad and Allah both know best?
Yeah?
Well, I mean, Allah is all-knowing, right? As a God. So He knows. But every word that Muhammad speaks comes from God. Right?
No, this is not.
So like with your example.
I want you to focus with me. Focus with me. You see, sure. I ask you, do you agree that Allah knows best? You said yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why He knows best? Because He's God, correct?
Yes.
All right. So if I give the title best to someone beside Allah, does that make Allah the only one who knows best, or there is more?
What do you mean? If you, for example, if you say someone else knows best,
if I
Allah,
say
means,
Christian Prince know best, and then I say Allah know best, now we have two know best. Do we agree?
I mean, sure.
Okay. So can we say Allah or we say Muhammad know best, or Allah and Muhammad know best?
Okay. So the problem with your thing is Muhammad is in Islam, he's a prophet of God. So every word that he speaks comes from God. So with your example of Mutta marriage, the Quran says don't. No.
Focus with me. Focus with me. You are trying, you're trying to escape the question, my friend. Just focus.
No.
No. You are trying to escape. No. You see, I'm asking you a specific question. Can I say that there is someone beside Allah knows best? Don't explain to me Muhammad received from Allah. It doesn't matter how much he received. You know, like we learn every day new stuff. He still is a man, he's a human. Can we give the word best the same as we give it to Allah, we give it to Muhammad? Yes or no?
No.
No. So how the Quran and the Hadith, especially the Hadith, all of it says Allah and His Messenger knows best. Allah and His Messenger know best. All over. So you Muslims are mushrikeen. You worship a man beside Allah. So, and you are the one who said, agreed, that we should not say Allah and Muhammad knows best, because only Allah knows best, and the man will never know best, because whatever he knows is very limited. Read with me this hadith in front of us on the screen. Can you see it?
Sir, I cannot see.
Can you look at my YouTube channel?
Sir, I cannot
Okay.
I can't
I
see.
was sitting behind the Messenger of Allah. This is Abu Dharr, the father of the ants, speaking, who
Okay.
was riding a donkey while the sun was setting. He asked, "Do you know where this set?" I replied, "Allah and His apostle know best." He said, "It's set in a spring of boiling water." Your prophet never get upset from saying that he know best the same as Allah. Never. And the Muslim keep repeating it every time they have such a conversation. Allah and His messengers knows best. And you are the one who agreed that the only one knows best is Allah, because we cannot give the word best to two, because that means they are not best, they are equal.
Yeah.
Okay, so how we can say Allah and His apostle knows best?
I'm sorry, repeat that again?
You agreed with me. I said we cannot say that both of them they knew best, because that made them equal. You said yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But this is what the Quran Islam teach. Islam teach you that Allah and Muhammad are equal because both they know best. It doesn't say that Muhammad knows some and Allah knows best. No. It says Allah and His apostle know best.
That's fair. Where does it say that?
This is in the hadith. It's all over. This is hadith in Sunan Abi Dawood, hadith number 4002. It is sahih. Here we go in Arabic. It says sahih, sahih al-isnad. The sun set in muddy spring of water, hot water. And remember, Allah knows best. Allah do not even know where the sun set. But now what we found, that the Muslims are nothing but pagan mushrikeen. They associate a man, Muhammad, with their God, claiming that their God and a man, they know best. So they made the man equal to Allah in his knowledge. And that cannot be true, because there is no man. I mean, whatever we know nothing yet. The galaxies, imagine what God knows, and we do not know. We know nothing, correct? I mean, we are just smaller than a mosquito for Him. So how we can compare the knowledge of a man to the knowledge of a God? And you, when you put the name associating with God, is what? Is to making someone else equal to Him. Do we agree?
Yes.
But this is what you Muslim did. You just said Allah and His apostle knows best.
Sure.
You should leave Islam, my friend. This is a pagan cult. Muhammadan, Muhammad, he leveled himself upon the earth, and he made himself equal to God. He never complained about Muslims saying to him, Allah and His Messenger. You will find this everywhere. Almost every single statement, Allah and His apostle know best, and Muhammad never said to them, shame on you to say that. Only Allah knows best.
Yeah, that's fair. If that actually did happen, then a man was made equal with God. But like I said, back to your other point of, like I said, no, like I said, if you were correct, then I will look into that and I will say that's a fair one. If I'm not versed in the topic, I won't speak
It's
on it,
in
right?
front of you. You see, I'm not making things up, my friend. You can open YouTube. You can look. I'm not making things. You can go right now yourself. Go to sunnah.com and type, Allah and His Messenger knows best, and you will find it all over. Allah and His Apostle know best. Here we go. You can watch the video later, and I will type Allah and His Apostle know. You will find it all over. Endless. Allah and His Apostle know best. Allah and His Apostle know best. So, and you agreed, if this is true, that means you Muslims, you made Muhammad equal to God, and that means you are pagan and you are mushrikeen, and Muhammad simply trying to replace God, making himself God on earth, fooling people. If I am you, and I can tell you, agree with me, you are a decent young man, you should leave Islam right away. This is madness.
Yeah, that appears to be a contradiction. I will look into that. If I really cannot find anything that if that's a clear-cut thing, then yeah, sure. But I didn't want to
But
discuss
why you are saying you want to search it, when I am showing it to you, you can just open the screen and you can read it, and you will see I am not making things up. Why we need to wait until next century to find out when I am showing it to you on the screen? This is like, I'm showing you I'm showing you the hadith number, the words in Arabic, the words in English. This is not my words. And later you can call me and you tell me, oh, Christian Prince, you lied to me. It doesn't say that. That will be very embarrassing, isn't it?
if you actually did not lie, then why would I call you and tell you that you lied, right?
Okay, but that's mean I am so sure to the point I am going live on air, showing my screen, everybody is watching, and people, they can, get me busted. They can say he's lying. It doesn't say that. Nowhere it says that.
Yeah. So for me, for a claim, I like to, like I said, if there's a clear cut, if there's no way to go into that, then that's a man made equal with God. Then sure, I will give you that. But like I said, if there's a claim made, I'm a person of that. If there's a claim made, I want to search it. I want to analyze it thoroughly, and I want to do that. But if that is sure,
let us put that aside. I will give you time. You can call me next time you call me.
Sure.
But what do you think about Muhammad saying the sun set in a spring of hot water? You said that Muhammad get his knowledge from Allah, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that really a knowledge from Allah?
What do you mean?
Do you agree that the sun set in a hot spring of water?
Like it can appear that it sets in a hot spring of water, right?
Okay. First of all, does it say there it appear, or it says it set? Secondly, how it can appear? This is a spring of water. Have you ever heard of somebody, it appeared to him that the sun going in a spring of water? Spring. You know what spring mean?
Like a spring of water, like a
spring,
body of water,
yeah, spring. The Arabic, it says spring. Aynun hamia. Ayn. Ayn is a spring. What do you
Okay,
think?
so wait, what happened?
What do you think? You're so quiet.
Yeah, I think he might be describing like what it looks to be like.
You see, my friend, I don't know, you call yourself Andrew Tate. I don't know even why you give yourself such a name. I mean, this guy is a pimp, and you don't sound like a pimp. You sound like a nice guy. Listen to me carefully. You keep saying it appear. Does it say there it's appear? He said, he asked him, the guy asked him, Muhammad actually is the one voluntarily asked the guy next to him in the donkey, do you know where the sun goes? Who's talking? Muhammad. The man answer says, Allah and his apostle know best. Muhammad now he like it because now he is the best of knowledge beside Allah. He answer, he says, continue talking, it's set in a spring of warm water. Hamiya actually in Arabic, not warm. Hamiya mean hot, boiling. But this is what they translate in your Muslim website. But here, does it say it look like, it appear, maybe it appear? I mean, why we add words to what Muhammad said? Do you think Muhammad was a stupid person? He forgot to add the word appear?
I don't think he's a stupid person.
Okay, did he forget to add the word appear maybe?
I think that was what he was. I think that's what he meant by that statement. That's what I'm saying.
So, but that's mean he gave us wrong information. Because if he say it's set in a spring of warm water, that is a wrong information. And he is not giving us information from God. Because there's no way God will say to him, tell them it's set in a spring of warm water.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think he meant like it looks to be that it's said. Now, I'm not saying he said it. I'm saying he meant with that statement, it sets like this. It looks to set like this.
Like what?
Understand?
Like what?
Like what he said.
Okay, it's set in murky water.
Yeah, it appears to set like that. That's what he meant.
Okay. But is that right or wrong?
What? That it appears like that.
Is it the sun? Is it wrong or it's right? Is he correct when he said the sun set in a boiling spring of water?
Well, like I said, I think it means that that the sun looks like it sets in a spring of water, right? So if he said that, then if he said it looked like the sun was, that's what he meant. It looked like the sun was set in a spring of muddy, boiling water, like you said. Is that wrong?
I'm asking you, is that wrong or right? Does the sun set in a muddy spring of water, boiling water? Does it?
It does not set, but it might look like it does, yeah? That's what I meant.
Okay. You see, you are trying to avoid my question, and I'm being patient with you. I understand you are young. Maybe I'm the age of your father. Say hello to him, by the way. I'm asking you the question, please. Is it right to say, if I am teaching my student, if I am a teacher, that the sun set in a spring of boiling water? Is that a correct information or I'm misleading them?
If you say the sun sets like this, right? If that's what you mean, the sun sets like that, then that's misinformation.
Okay, this is what he said. He said it's set in a spring of boiling water. Exactly, this is what he said.
I believe he meant like it looks like it sets in a spring of boiling water. He said, where does the sun go? It sets in a spring of boiling water. He means that people can look at it and see this is how it looks like it sets.
So is it not like, have you ever heard of somebody, he saw a spring of water and he saw the sun appear to be sitting there?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever heard of somebody went to the spring of water and he found the sun sitting there appear to him this way? Anyone ever in history of mankind? Spring of water is little tiny hole in the ground where water coming. That's it. That's why we call it spring, not river. Spring is a spring, correct?
Yeah, spring is
Okay.
spring.
So it's a
Okay.
small thing. It's not even a lake. It's not even a river. So a spring of water. Okay. So this is spring. Is it possible for somebody to appear to him that the sun set in a spring of water? Is that possible? Even to appear?
Is it possible to appear like it from someone looking at the sun?
Yeah. Have you ever seen somebody? Have you ever go to the spring of water somewhere before?
I've never went to a spring of water. No, I've not.
Okay, you can watch it on YouTube. Have you ever seen a sun of sitting in a spring of water?
Have I ever seen sun spreading a spring of water?
My friend, you are trying just to defend a false man. Obviously, it's a lie. I mean, first you want to make it look like it, Muhammad did not say. He said, do you know where it goes? Okay, I want to ask you, do the sun goes?
What do you mean, does the sun go?
Okay, when the sun set, is it the sun is going? Is it the sun moving?
Doesn't the sun move? I mean, the earth moves, sure.
Well,
But
okay, everything move, you know, but this is not the question. During the time when the sun set, is it the sun going or the earth going around itself?
isn't it both of them? The earth moves, the sun moves.
During the sunset time, everything
Yeah.
is moving in the world, no problem. Nothing is
Okay.
fixed, no problem. But this is not what we're saying. Now he is explaining the sunset. He's explaining that, correct? Do you know what was the question? I was sitting behind the messenger of Allah who was riding a donkey while the sun was setting. He asked, do you know where this set? Where this set? This what? The sun. So the sun, do you know where? Do you know what the word where mean?
Yeah.
Where is the location, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So your prophet is speaking about that the sun is going to set in a certain location. Do we agree?
Do you know where the sun sets?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. What? Okay. Where is the sun set? Give me the answer. Go ahead.
What do you mean? Where does it says everywhere?
Exactly. But he did not say everywhere. He said, I replied, Allah and his apostle know best. He said, it's set in a spring of warm water. So you just get Muhammad busted, my friend. His sun set everywhere. I do not know to go anywhere. I do not need to travel to a spring of water to see the sunset. I can be even you can be inside jail and you can see the sunset if there's a window. You can be even in the end of the world. Even in Alaska, they have sunset and sunrise. Even in the North Pole, the South Pole. So you do not need to go anywhere to see the sunset. But your prophetic claim, do you know where? Where? That means the sun is sitting in a specific location, and now he is going to tell you what is that. So where the sun set? I said, Allah and his apostle know best because we are Muslims. We are pagan, associate Muhammad with Allah knowledge. And then he continued, he liked it. He said, it's set in a spring of warm water. It's set in, not as if, not it appear, not look like. So we, Muslims always they try to duct tape what Muhammad say because it's so stupid, and people today they laugh at it because they knew it's wrong. But in the time of Muhammad, he can let it go because people are illiterate. Even Muhammad, according to Muslim, he was illiterate. So when you try to say to me, it appear, maybe he meant, it says it's set. Now, does the Quran say the same?
Does it?
Yeah. Don't you know?
Where?
Okay, here we go. You know Zulqarnain?
Who?
Zulqarnain.
I think I've heard that name before, yes.
Alexander the Great.
Yeah.
Okay. According to your prophet and the Quran, Alexander the Great, he was a Muslim and he was a messenger of Allah. And Allah gave him the power of everything. In chapter 18, verse number 86, it says that Alexander the Great, or Zulqarnain, the man with the two horns, he keep going, he follow a road, verse number 85, then 86 says, till when he reached the sitting place of the sun. He reached where? He reached the sitting place of the sun. Remember, Zulqarnain, or Alexander the Great, he spent his life traveling. Actually, he did not even go back home since he left. He died abroad. So he reached the sitting place of the sun. And you remember, you are the one who said to me, the sun set everywhere, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. But he reached, according to the Quran, he reached the sun sitting place. He found it sitting in a muddy spring.
Yeah. So what he means, he found it. He found it setting, meaning what he was looking at with his own two eyes, right? He found it setting. That's what it appeared to him. He found it. He found it. He was looking at it with his own two eyes. So he found it setting like this. That's what that means. He found it.
Okay. So
Yeah.
he found it. That means it's appear.
Yeah, he found it. What is that?
Who is the one who's talking?
What do you mean? Who's the one in the Quran?
Yeah, the verse here. Who is talking? Allah or this guy, Alexander the Great?
Well, if it's Allah, then Allah's talking.
Okay.
Yeah?
So how you say it appear? Why you are adding words? Why you Muslim? You see, I'm not. You are a nice guy, but I don't want. When I say lie, don't be upset. Okay, take it friendly. Why you are lying? Adding words is not there. He said he found. In dictionary, when I say I found, that means it appear.
That so when he says he found it setting, that means that he was looking at it with his own two eyes. That's what that
No.
means.
Hold on. I don't care about the eyes now. I'm asking you the word.
That means that he was looking at it.
I found. You see, does it say is I found is the same as if he found, or as if he saw, or as it appear? No. When I say when I report a find, that means it's a fact. It is not maybe. It's not a thought. It is not sure. He found it sitting. Where? In a spring of muddy boiling water. So you Muslims, in order to fix the stupid mistake in the Quran, you try to duct tape again shamefully, saying this is how he saw it. Okay, let us say for the sake of argument, he saw it this way, but the Quran saying he reached the sitting place of the sun. It's in the front of your eyes. He reached the sitting place of the sun. Did he thought that this is the sitting place of the sun, or until he reached the sitting place of the sun? The Quran says until he reached the sitting place of the sun. Not he thought it is the sitting place of the sun. Not he appeared to him. So there's many things now there. He reached the sitting place of the sun. He found it. And now there's no ocean. See, the Muhammadan, like Zakir Naik and those liars, they try to fool you and fool everybody. Say, when you look at the ocean, don't you see the sunlight going down in the ocean? That's false. Because first, this is not about the ocean. This is a spring of water. Secondly, this is a boiling spring of water. This is not just even a water. So Muhammad, he is attached to fictions. People, they have stories from different time. They knew that there is some places there is water which is boiling, where the sun is getting its heat from. Maybe it takes shower in that boiling water and come back again. So where it says in his eyes, it look like, you make it up. Do you admit? Or you can find me in there, it says in his eyes it appear that he found it in the water.
So what is the word used for he found it?
He found it, yeah, that's it. He found it. He did not say, you see, do Allah speak good Arabic, or he is like a Pakistani guy, he's trying to learn Arabic like Sheikh Uthman, ketchup boy. Allah speak good Arabic, don't he?
Yeah.
Okay, can't he replace the word found it by saying he thought?
That's what I'm saying. What is the word used for he found it?
It says found it. This is found it. Wajadaha. Wajadaha, he found it. The translation is accurate. And the word wajada mean he found something, and it's a fact. If I say I found a rat in my room, I did not think it's a rat. I found. If I want to say I think, then I will use the word think. But when I say I found, that means that is a finding. That's not like I thought I was wrong. Found. When I say the scientists they found, that it's not a theory no more. It's not even an idea. They found. If I say your father found you playing game, did your father thought appear to his eyes, or really he caught you playing games red-handed? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are playing games. So now he did not say I thought you are playing games, I found you playing games. And that's what the Quran is saying. He kept going until he reached the sitting place of the sun, and he found it sitting in a muddy spring.
He found it setting. So he was looking at the sun, and that's how he found it setting.
How you can find that, my friend? See, Allah is talking. The one is reporting about the guy is Allah. The guy is dead. Allah is telling Muhammad what happened to this guy. Allah is saying he found the sun setting place, which is false. Did he thought to? This is the guy. Did he think? It is his thought that the sitting place of the sun is here? Or Allah is saying to us, until he keep going, keep going, keep going. The guy is not talking. Allah is talking. He keep going until he reached the sitting place of the sun. So it's Allah who is claiming that there is a sitting place of the sun. It's not the guy.
I mean, wherever he goes, isn't that the setting place of the sun? If the sun sets everywhere,
Exactly.
wherever
So
he goes
no, but no, you see, not according to the Quran. According to the Quran, this guy he keep going till, not till the sunset, no, not till the sunrise, no, till he reached the setting place of the sun. So if I say to you, I keep walking till I found a chair to sit, that means this is a place. It's not I thought, it's not maybe, it's not what appeared to my eyes, I found. So he keep going. This is not about even the time of the sunset yet. He found the sitting place of the sun. And then he found the sun setting after he arrived there in a muddy spring. Let us make it simple for you. What is the connection between the sun and the muddy hot spring?
So when he says he found it, that means he's looking at the sun. He's looking at the sun, and that's what he was seeing with his own two eyes. The sun is
no
setting like
problem.
this.
So is Allah approving what he saw, or he disapproving?
What do you mean?
You see, you keep saying to me, when he arrived to the sun, he found the sun, he appeared in his eyes. So did Allah agree the sun set in murky water, or did not agree? I'm going with you.
He's only speaking from the perspective of the person.
I don't care. Did Allah agree with him or not? Because my friend, just to show you how, I feel sorry for you. You're trying to duct tape a stupid man. His name is Muhammad. In verse number 83, it says, they are asked you about Zulqarnain. Say, I shall recite into you remembrance of him. So they are questioning Muhammad to see how good knowledge he have. Allah now is supporting Muhammad, telling them about what this guy found. So Allah, he agree. Not only he agree, he is telling us what nobody knows. He is telling us that he found where the sun set. And you, Muhammad, and you try to add the word add, as if it appeared to his eyes. When he arrived there, he saw it. When he arrived there, he thought. All those words we cannot find in the Quran. So, in order to solve a stupid story, you are trying your best to be dishonest with yourself. I will leave that between you and yourself. You can lie to yourself. Who cares? People are laughing. I'm laughing. But why you want to laugh at yourself? You are a smart, intelligent, a human being, and God gave you a brain. Use it. Nowhere it says what you are trying to say. And not only that, if you continue, you will see not only he found where the sun set, he found where the sun rise too. And then tell when he, verse number 90, tell when he reached the rising place of the sun. Did this guy think this is the rising place? No. Does it say he thought this rising place of the sun? No. He found it rising on people. Does the sun rise on people? Rise in people everywhere. So, I will leave you with your honesty, but I advise you, don't fool yourself. You are not fooling nobody. You are fooling yourself now. I feel sorry for you. I mean, you are a young kid, and you sound like a very nice, polite, and I like that about you. But, polite is not enough, because polite does not make you a good liar. Still, you are a liar, because you are trying to cover up. And even the hadith, I show you the hadith. The hadith says that the Prophet said the sun set in murky water. Did Muhammad say in the hadith that Zulqarnain, he did not even mention Zulqarnain. He said, do you know where the sun set? The guy, he says, well, Allah and his apostle know best. Did Muhammad appear to him the sun set in a spring of water too?
I'm sorry, what? Did Muhammad do what?
Did it appear to Muhammad too that the sun set in a spring of water too?
I mean, it looks like that. He said
Where?
it looks
I
like
mean,
the sun.
this guy is in the desert, And
Yeah.
the only spring of water is Zamzam, which is in the size of your fingers. So how is the sun will appear to be sitting there? And if it's appear there, why Muhammad claiming that he have knowledge? Why he is saying to the guy, do you know? The guy, he said Allah and his apostle know best. And Muhammad now claim that he have the knowledge, the best knowledge equal to God. And now he gave the answer. So did Muhammad, he was a foolish man, maybe like Zulqarnain, he thought the sun sitting in murky water, or appeared to him, or he is stating his knowledge now?
Are you asking me or are you saying something?
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to a different person now.
No, I'm saying, are you asking me a
Let me
question
repeat
or are you
again.
just
You are
saying?
not focusing. You are nervous. Take it easy. I appreciate you actually calling. You are a young person. Still, you know you dare to call me. That's very good. I'm saying, and I want to focus with me. You can write the question. When Muhammad, he said, after he asked the man, do you know where the sun setting? The man said, Allah and his apostle know best. Muhammad continued giving the answer saying, it's set. It set. It set. Let me repeat again. It set. Not it maybe. Not it appeared to me. Not I thought. Not I, my sunglasses are making reflection. He said, it's set in a spring of boiling water. Now, when Muhammad, he said, it's set in a spring of warm boiling water, did he thought, and he is lying by saying it's set, or he said it's set because he is sure?
Yeah. So I think he means like it appears to set in a
It
spring
appeared
of
to
water.
set. You see, you're adding
Yeah.
the word appear now. So he say it's set, and then you say to me, I think he's saying it's appear. Why you are adding the word appear? I mean, okay, let us say it appear. Are you saying to me, Muhammad, he made a foolish mistake when he said it's set, claiming that he have the knowledge from God when he said that?
Yeah, if he said it's set, then that's a mistake.
This is
If
what
he
he
said it's
said.
set, then that's a mistake, yeah.
This is what he said. This is what he said exactly. He did not say maybe, I thought, and I'm not sure. He said, and you remember he claimed that he have the best knowledge like Allah. So when this guy speak, and this is what he put in the Quran saying exactly the same. So Allah and Muhammad agree that the sun set in a spring of water, not Zulqarnain he found, maybe thought. No, he found it and Muhammad confirmed it. Muhammad asking his man where the sun set. The man, he says Allah and his apostle knows best, because Muslim are mushrikeen, associate the knowledge of God with the knowledge of man. And Muhammad, he love it. Now he is so proud of his knowledge, he continued to give the answer which nobody know. He said it's set in a spring of boiling water.
Yeah. If he said that, that's a mistake. You have, like I said, you have built a strong case, and I do appreciate your continuousness to, sit here and have this conversation. I didn't want to, like I said, you have built a strong case, and if that's what it said, then that's a mistake. Like I said, I appreciate you continuing to deliver this information. However, I do want to touch on something else, and then I will dismiss you, or to continue what you want to
So,
do.
but okay, but now you appreciate and etc. What I mean, what I'm not here to hear from you, my friend, that you appreciate. I don't care if people appreciate or not. I want to hear from you. As long as this is a mistake, and this is a lie, not only a mistake. I mean, why you are saying a mistake? If I claim to be a prophet, I claim that I receive message from God, especially when the people speak about me, they say Allah and his messenger knows best. So he is speaking of knowledge of messenger of God, not knowledge of somebody claim have knowledge. Maybe he's wrong later. No, he claimed that his knowledge is from God. So that's not a mistake. That is a lie. So why we cannot be honest? Like you've been honest until now like you said, it's if this is what he said, it's a mistake. Okay, but this is not a mistake. You're trying still to cover it up and give it a different definition. This is not a mistake, my friend, because if I do not know, I should not say. Do I agree?
Sure.
Okay, so why he said such a statement unless he is a liar?
No, what I meant by it's a mistake. As in the statement is a mistake. It's false. Right? That's what I
Okay,
meant.
so it's not,
Not
it's
he
not,
made a mistake.
okay, so it's not a mistake, it's false. So he's making a false statement.
That's what I meant.
All right,
The statement is a mistake.
that's wonderful. So now me and you, we agree Muhammad is a false man.
Yeah, if that's what he meant, then yeah, he made a false statement, and that statement was a mistake.
He's a false man. Thank you very much. I'm happy to hear that from you. He's a false prophet.
Yeah, if that's what he meant, yeah. Like I said, I will.
Before we continue, I'm happy really for you to agree with me and to find the truth, but I want you to tell me why you choose Andrew Tate to be your name in Skype.
It was an inside joke.
But this is not a good joke. I mean, this guy is a pimp. Do you wish to be a pimp like him?
No. It's an inside joke between.
It's my friend. It's not right. It's not right. I mean, if you want to take a name, at least take a name of an honorable man, not a scumbag. You don't sound like a bad person, and that's why I wanna tell you, as a younger brother of mine, don't call yourself such a name. That is a horrible name.
No, I'm not saying I am Andrew Tate. I'm not Andrew Tate. That's the point.
I am not saying you are saying that, but when you use this name here, as I see in Skype, first of all, I do not know who is talking. Look, I look in front of me, it says Andrew Tate. So, and then I'm talking to you now. I know it's not you. You are not Andrew Tate. But why you want to use such a name? That's a horrible name. I mean, this guy is a scumbag. He's a rapist. He's a pimp. He is a fraud. I mean, everything about him is wrong. So if you want to choose a name, and I'm advising you, choose, even if you want to make a joke, at least choose a name, of somebody respectable, right?
Wait, he was a rapist?
Don't you know this guy? He's in jail because of that.
I know about the alleged accusations, but are they?
My friend, what alleged accusation? They have, this guy, he opened up a pimp business. He called himself pimp. Have you ever heard of a pimp he don't rape? He must be a nice pimp.
I mean, a pimp isn't a rapist.
No, a pimp is a rapist because a man of no honor is what pimp is. And a man of no honor, he do everything wrong. Do you agree with me that a man who work as a pimp, he have to be zero honor and ethic?
No, I think that you can be. I think that you can still have ethics. You could just still be a pimp. Like, for example,
say, okay. So you bring girls, you lie to them, you tell them I love you, and then you ask them to do a favor to you, open their camera and show men around the world so he can make money from those girls, and you are saying to me that he have ethic.
I mean, that's not rape. Yes, I mean, like I said, I don't agree.
No, but the guy who do such a thing, he do rape. I mean, what is left? This is the most horrible thing, and he even go right on public and he say he called himself pimp. There's tons of videos saying I open my pimp business. He keeps saying that. So this guy, he called himself a pimp. So why you want to call yourself a pimp? Anyway, give me you said to me, and I'm glad now I agree Muhammad is a false man. What is the last thing you want to say to me?
Okay. Yeah, like I said, if that's what he meant, that's what then
this is what he meant. It's not up to you. It's not up to me, and you agreed. Okay.
Yeah, if that's what he meant, then he's a false man. The last thing I want to say, did you? I might be misunderstanding you, but did you say that the Quran affirms the Bible? Did you say that?
Is what? Confirm.
The Quran affirms the Bible.
Yeah, not only confirm. The Quran says musaddiqun, which means believe in the Bible.
Where can you point me to somewhere it says that?
There's many verses, not only one, But I will show you the one they have an accurate translation, because most of the verses the Muslim they try to duct tape it. If you go to chapter 2 verse number 89, it says,
Okay.
and when there come into them scriptures from Allah, confirming that in their position.
Is he talking about the Bible, or
Yes,
where does he say the Bible at?
you can read verse before it, speaking about Moses and the Jews and the Christians. We send Moses and Isa and Maryam, and we support them by the Holy Spirit, verse number 87. And then he says, when it come to them, to who? To those who follow Moses and Isa. When it come to them, a book confirming what is in their possession.
So what was in their possession back then when this was written?
Whatever in their possession. This is 600 years after Jesus. That is the Bible. So when the Muhammadan they say, lying, that the one who corrupt Christianity is Paul, well, Paul by then is dead long time ago. And here we go, 600 years after Jesus, the Quran confirm what is in their possession. So our book never been corrupted.
Yeah. So I think there's a verse I think that people say it affirms the Bible. It's in chapter 5, I think.
There's a verse what?
There's a verse people say affirms the Bible in chapter 5.
There's many verses, you know, I can show you endless, but isn't it enough one? I mean, because if there's verses saying the opposite, that would be contradiction anyway. So if there's one, that's mean is enough.
Yeah.
Right?
So the verse says we sent Moses, Jesus, and Miriam. Right? Is that what the verse says? The verse before the verse you quoted.
Let me show you. Chapter 2, verse number 297. Chapter 2, verse number 97.
Yes.
It says, say, O Muhammad, who is ever the enemy of Jibreel, for indeed he has brought, between the bracket, the Quran, down to their heart, confirming what is between their hands. Look in Arabic, just to show you how, you know, you said you don't know Arabic, but I advise you to learn Arabic so you can see how Muslims they lie to you. In Arabic it says, مصدقا لما بين يديه, what is between his hands. So even Muhammad, he have the Quran given from Allah, and he have the gospel between his hands, and he believe in it. Not
the gospel?
Yeah, well, this is what it says. And even in translation they are adding, which is the Torah and the gospel.
The gospel. It says gospel, not gospels, right?
Gospel. My friend, the gospel is a gospel. We don't have gospels.
In the Bible there's gospels.
No, we have one gospel. That's it. When we say in Arabic the word Injil, this is a Greek word. We don't have the word gospels. We have Injil. But when we saw the word Injil, you can ask any Arab, Injil mean all the gospels in one book.
Yeah, the gospel.
So this is an English word, the gospel thing. But in the language, when we say the word Injil, that mean we don't say, when I say let us say I'm talking to somebody, my cousin, bring me the Injil, he will not say to me, oh, which one? Injil is one Injil. Injil is the book of God. That's what Injil mean. So when the Quran speak, mention the word Injil, not the word gospel.
Okay, but it says what the Injil is.
What is the Injil?
Quran clarifies.
Okay, what is the Injil? What is the Injil?
And there's a verse. In chapter 5, if you go to verse 46, it says that it was given to Christ. None of the books in the gospel in the Bible were given to Christ. None of them existed at the time of Christ.
Okay, but you notice actually how stupid the Quran is, because what is given to Christ, and then he confirmed what is between their hands, because 600 years after Jesus, what the Christians they have between their hands, according to the Christians and according to me, this is what Jesus gave us. He did not write books, but we wrote what he said. So when the Quran confirm in chapter 5 verse number 46, saying that مصدقا لما بين يديه. مصدقا what? لما بين يديه, the same word, confirming what is between his hands. So it's confirmed. The Muslim, they claim even the Torah is corrupted, but as you see, it's not the same verse you mentioned to me. And if Allah He sent Jesus, the Injil, that will be a stupid statement, because as I know, Jesus, he was speaking in the cradle. Is that correct?
He was speaking in the cradle?
Yeah?
Where does it say that at?
You do not know that Jesus, he spoke in the cradle?
He spoke in his cradle, like as a child?
Yeah?
Where does it say that at?
You know, your parents don't teach you this, the religion of Islam. You don't go to school, they teach you?
I go to school. I was just not familiar with the Jesus
Okay.
spoke in the cradle.
Chapter 5 verse 110, it says,
Okay.
تكلم الناس في المهد وكهلا, and you spoke to people when you are a baby. Chapter 5 verse 110. Same, you know, when the Jews, they came to Mary in chapter 9 verse number 19, they said to her, how you act like a whore, very filthy word, the Quran says, baghiya. So Mary, she said to them, she pointed her finger at the infant, which is Isa, aka Jesus. She said to them, talk to him. And then he spoke in verse number 31. He said, when he is in the cradle, I am, you know, verse number 30, he said, Isa speaking, verily I am slave of Allah. He has given me the scriptures and made me a prophet. So I want to ask you now, when Jesus received the scriptures from Allah, when he just born,
Did he receive them?
well,
Are you asking
this is
me
what the
if he
Quran
received them?
said.
Yeah. So the thing is, we don't have anything that goes back to the time of Christ. So how do we know that's a mistake?
No. You see, this is not. I'm not talking about mistake. A person he's just born. He born 5 minutes ago, when he received the scriptures.
I mean, it could be possible that he received the scriptures when he was born.
Okay, Muhammad, he received the scriptures after 40 years of age, and he did not receive all the scriptures together, right? Every day the angel come to him, squeeze him, and give him some verses, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Jesus is born with the scriptures. This is what the Quran is saying.
He's born with the scripture.
Yeah, he's an infant. The Jibril came to him, squeezed to him, he said to him, recite, and Jesus says, I'm a child, you stupid, you're asking me to recite, what are you talking about? This is not what happened. Jesus is born, speaking wise, as a messenger of God, and speaking the word of God. So according to the Quran, Jesus born with the scriptures.
Yeah, he was born with the scriptures. It could be possible that he was born with the scriptures.
Wonderful. Here we go. That means Jesus, my friend, is not a messenger of Allah, because nobody can be born with the scriptures, because this has never happened. Neither Adam, because Muhammad, they say Adam is a messenger of Allah, a prophet of Allah, Abraham, all the messenger, nobody. How come Jesus is born with the scripture? That means when he came to earth, he have with him the word of God. Do you agree?
Yeah, it could be possible that he had
exactly. So now,
yeah.
Where Jesus coming from?
What do you mean, where Jesus come from?
Where Jesus coming from? Is Jesus coming
like
from
as in?
Is he from the earth or he is from above?
I don't understand your question. Like, where does he come from? As in, like, where was he? He
I
was
am
born. I mean,
born
yes.
of my mother and my father.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, all of us are.
Jesus coming from where? Is he from the earth or he's coming from heaven?
He was born of his mother and father. Well,
so,
mother.
But
born of the Virgin Mary.
Before he was born of his mother, where is coming? Where he was?
He did not. Well, he didn't exist before you. Like before you were in the uterus, you did not exist, right?
You are the one who said to me, let us read the Quran, correct? And you said the Quran spoke about Jesus, correct? Isn't it the Quran says that Jesus is the word of Allah sent down to Mary?
Yeah, he's his word. Like he said, be and he was.
Exactly. No, because Allah did not say even be. You know, this is a mistake in the Quran, because Allah did not create Adam, neither Jesus, by saying be. That is a false statement. But let us focus together and we will go there. In chapter 4, verse 171, it says that Allah speaking, saying that Jesus, the son of Mary, is messenger of Allah, and he is his word sent down to Mary. Did Allah send Muhammad to the mother of Muhammad as a word?
What do you mean? Did he send Muhammad down to the
If
mother
there
of
is
Muhammad?
anyone, Allah sent him down as a word from heaven, and then he became a man.
Yeah.
Who?
Like he said, Jesus. Allah said, be and he was.
No.
That's how Jesus was
Well,
made. That's his
why you
word.
are adding words there? Did Allah say be? Or he said he is his word?
That's what that statement is. That just that
No, no,
statement
no,
means
no,
he's
no,
his
no,
word.
no, hold on. I will go with this. We will go to that verse. You are talking about different verse, we will laugh at it. But I want you to focus with me. When Allah, he said to Jesus be, Jesus was?
Yeah, when Allah said be, like Allah says be, and Jesus says, for example, like you said, like in like I'm not trying to jump here, just be with me, okay? Like when God says, "Let there be this," be, there is this. So when Allah
But
says,
Allah
"Let
never create
be,"
anything by saying be, did he?
He did. That's how Jesus made. He said, "Be," and he was.
No. If we go in the Quran, we will find that Allah, he breathed into Mary vagina, and he did not, because if he say be and he was, there's no need to breathe. Correct? He did not need to breathe.
That's sure.
Okay.
The Quran says he breathed on Mary?
Yeah, in Mary vagina, not in Mary. It says in chapter 21, verse number 91.
Oh, I have to see this. Give me a second. Yeah, I need to see this. Hold on.
And remember,
right?
The translation here is false. It says, guarding her chastity. This is a lie. It says the one who protected her vagina, which means nobody slept with her. We breathe, and look at the false translation, it says into her sleeves. The fact, no, it says fi farjiha. So we breathe into her vagina from our spirit, and we made her and her son a sign for mankind. So where is the word be? And you agreed. If Allah said be, Jesus was. But as you see, he will go, okay, Allah, he said be, but Jesus is not there. Allah have to breathe into Mary private part so Jesus can be exist. So they are lying to you, my friend. What be and he was? Because if I say be and he was, and I do not need to breathe, especially in a vagina, or I would not do anything. I just said be Jesus. Jesus is there. But as you see, Jesus is not there.
It says we breathe into her of our spirit. Is that what that says?
He breathed into her vagina.
What does it say that at?
Okay, let me show you another. I will show you another verse to make it clear for you.
Sure.
The verse you are reading right now, chapter 21, verse number 91. Let us go to different verse. All right. Do you have the Quran with you? You're not opening the chapter 66, verse number 12. It says, I don't know if you can see my screen. It says here, we breathe into Muslims. They put the word womb. False. In Arabic it says, التي أحصنت فرجها فنفخنا فيه. We breathe into it. The one who guarded her vagina, not the chastity. فنفخنا فيه. In the vagina. And even when they translate trying to lie, even that will get Muhammad busted. Because when you say we breathe into her womb, well, you have to go through the vagina. So we breathe. Where did Jesus be and he was? That is a contradiction then. Isn't it the Quran said? If this is a book made by other than Allah, you will find in it a lot of contradiction.
Yeah, it
Okay.
does say that.
Okay. So if Allah said be to Jesus, there is no need for this drama. Jesus is there. Why God need to breathe into her vagina or her womb, as the Mohammedan lie say? If he is just said be and Jesus was.
He could, like, for example, he breathed into her
Uh-huh.
and he said be, and Jesus was.
That's mean the word be is useless, because if the word be will make it happen, then obviously it's not, because alone it doesn't make it work. So it's not be and he was. That's a lie then. That means the word of Allah be is useless. Okay, let me ask
That
you.
verse says,
Hold on. When Allah he said in the Quran that the similarity of Jesus is the same as Adam, he said to him be and he was. You know the verse?
yeah,
Okay. Did Allah create Adam by saying be and he was?
didn't that verse say he created him by saying
And
be, and he
I'm
was?
asking you, did Allah created Adam by saying be and Adam was?
According to that verse, yes.
Okay, but no, according to this verse. Okay,
Yeah.
but according to the rest verses of the Quran, did Allah create Adam by saying be, or he made mud and he mixed the mud and then he fashioned the mud and he used his two hands and then he breathed into the mud, and before that he made the mud as a status for 40 years to dry and then he breathed into it? Which one? He said be and it was, or he breathed and he made mud and he fashioned the mud?
It could be that he breathed and then said be, and he was.
Okay,
Right,
which
so
one
he
Allah
breathed
he
into the
said
mud?
first? I want you to listen carefully.
Yeah.
This is very sensitive question. Need your intelligence with me, and I'm sure you are smart.
Okay.
Which one Allah said first? Be to Adam and he was, or after he did, fashioning Adam with the mud and etc. and breathing, then he said be? Which one he said first, do you think?
Yeah. So I think he breathed on him, right? He breathed in the mud, or he breathed and he said be, and Jesus was. Or I'm sorry, Adam.
But okay, my friend, that's mean the word be is useless, because if he said it before, still he have to use his hands and he have to mix mud and he have to fashion Adam. So the verse saying Adam is same as Jesus is a lie, because neither Jesus, neither Adam exist by saying be and he was, as you see. And not only that, your prophet said that Allah, after he created Adam, he waited for 40 years to make Adam dry. Allah don't have even a stove to dry the mud of Adam. So when the Quran says such a thing, it's a lie, because neither Adam, if Allah, you see, when the God of the Bible said let be light, light was. You do not need to breathe and make cookies and bring some material, mix them together. This is what the word be mean. The will of God will happen immediately. He do not need to do additional thing. So when you say God, he said be, he was, then there is no need for bringing kitchen things from the kitchen, beating black paper, mixing with the some herbs and water, and this is cooking. This is not be and it was. How Allah created Adam? Did he created him by his hands or by be?
He created him by both, right?
Hold on, no, you cannot be, because if he created him by both, that means the word be is useless. Here we go. I'm going to say today be cookies, and then I go to the kitchen, I start mixing things together with my hands, and then you claim that that make me God, because I said be and the cookie was there after 2 hours. In the case of Adam, after 40 years. So if he cannot create things but because this is contradiction. If I created you by saying be, that means you are there already. This is what the word be mean. But if I say be and nothing happened yet, I need to go and use my hands. As you see, the Quran says in chapter 38 verse number 75, speaking, Allah is asking Adam, why you did not breathe, why you did not bow down to Adam? Why you don't bow down to the man who I created by my two hands? by my two hands. Not only hands, Allah have two hands. Same time, in verse number 72, it says the following. And 71, behold, the Lord say to the angels, I am about to create a man from clay, and when I fashioned him in due proportion, and breathe into him from my spirit, fell down into him. So Allah, if he say be, his be is useless, because still he have to use his hands, he have to use his mouth, he have to bring soul. So what the word be does? Nothing. False story.
Yeah. So, for example, he breathed into the, like, for example, in this example, Adam, he fashioned Adam out of clay, for example. He breathed into it, said be, like this, boom, and he was.
Oh, okay, but he was already Adam is there. My friend,
But
the
Adam
second
is clay,
no, listen.
right?
The second you breathe into him, did Adam come to life or he's not alive yet?
You said he made him, right? And then he
No,
breathed into him.
hold on, focus with me. Story.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You said he
When
breathed
Allah,
into him and he
when Allah,
waited
he
after
breathed.
that, right?
Focus with
So
me.
that means he's still there.
Just
That
hold on.
means he's not alive yet.
Hold on, no. When he breathed on him, you said to me, after he breathed, Allah said to him, be, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Be,
So
there you
when Allah he breathed, is Adam now a living being or not yet?
Didn't you even affirm that not yet? He's not a living being yet, because you said
He's not. Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
Because
my
you
friend,
said
I will give you the last statement just to show you that you are, I'm trying not to insult you because you are a young person, you're still ignorant, but let me show you that you are wrong. I want you to, after we finish, to open the video, watch it carefully, check the reference, and laugh at yourself. The Quran says, وَكَانَ الْإِنسَانُ عَجُولًا, and the human being was ever hasty. Why? Because when Allah was creating Adam, he breathed into him. Adam, he come to life and he start moving. He want to move his limbs. His soul went down from his head downward. Before it arrived to his limbs, he tried to move them. He could not. So he said to Allah, finish me, Allah, before the sun set. Chapter 17, verse number 11. And let me show you Ibn Kathir. I want you to take the reference. Write it down. Are you with me?
yes, sir.
Okay. Chapter 17, verse number what? 11. So now we go there and we will see how Adam asking Allah to finish him before the sun set. Not only Allah could not finish Adam by saying be, he's taking so long, slow. Even Adam was worried, man. I mean, come on, finish me before the sun set. So I don't know why it's not opening. Give me a second here. Something wrong with this website. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Sir, I'm not able
My
to see
friend,
it at all.
open Skype, open my page. You know my channel, right?
Yes.
Okay, open it. You will see me live. Mute YouTube so you can hear me from your Skype, so we don't have double sound. And I want you to read with me. So here, وَكَانَ الْإِنسَانُ عَجُولًا. This is the Quran interpretation. It says here, from Salman al-Farsi, from Ibn Abbas, from, etc. Okay, the story of Adam when he wanted to get up before his soul reached his feet. When his soul was breathed into him, let's careful with me. When his soul breathed into him, it entered his body from his head downward. And when it reached his brain, he sneezed, Achoo! And he said, Alhamdulillah. Adam, he speak Arabic right away. He's not even, you said to me, he's not alive yet, remember? But as you see, he's alive, he's talking. Alhamdulillah. And Allah answered him, they are talking now. Alhamdulillah. And Allah said to him, may your Lord have mercy on you, Adam. Adam is talking and his the spirit is going down. When it reached his eyes, he opened them. Look like, hold on. He sneezed And when the soul reaches eyes, look like the soul of Allah reached the nose before the eyes. Look like in the Islam, the nose of Adam was above the eyes at that time, because it says after he sneezed, then it reached his eyes, which is funny, which means the soul arrived to his nose and he sneezed. But let it go. When it reached his eyes, he opened them, blink, 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 and when it reached his body and limbs, he started to stare at them in wonder. He wanted to get up before it reached his feet. So the soul is not even in his feet yet, but he could not. He said, "Oh Allah, make it happen before the night comes." What do you think? Did Allah say be, and he was?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Did Allah say be, and he was? It taken a long time. As you see, even Adam is worried about the sunset, which is funny. The guy is just created. How he see the sunset? And there's sunset in the heaven? He's in heaven. Finish me before the sunset? Adam asking Allah, saying to him, finish me before the sunset? And you are trying to fool yourself, saying Allah, he said to Adam, be, and he was? Why Allah is so slow? All right, my friend. It was nice talking to you, and I'm happy that you agree Muhammad is a false man. And I hope soon I will hear that you are reading the Bible and you will be a believer and you will be saved from this garbage.
Sir. So, about that, if you can explain to me a few questions that I had about that, then I will.
Well, you know, explain to me about what?
About the Christian thing, because like I said, I was ex-Christian.
You was what?
Ex-Christian.
You are ex-Christian?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
I was raised Christian originally.
What do you mean raised Christian? How you can be raised Christian?
I was raised in a Christian family.
Okay.
Weren't you all yourself raised in a Christian family?
Do you know the prayer?
The prayer, the Lord's Prayer?
Yeah.
In the book of Matthew?
Can you recite for me?
Sure. I probably won't get exactly right, but I will give you what I know.
If you do not know, no. You see, you never.
So it says,
no.
Lord, may your name remain holy.
Hold on. You will tell me what do you know. That's me. You never been Christian.
Yes, I will.
No, you never been Christian. But anyway, you said to me you were ex-Christian.
Yes, sir.
But you do not know even how to recite a simple word, simple prayer of Jesus, which is given to us.
I do know how to recite it.
No, you just said I will tell you what I know.
Yeah, I will tell you, because like I said, there's different translations, right? So I will tell you what I read.
Okay, listen. Okay, so now, what is your question about Christianity?
So I have a question about Christianity.
But do you agree with me now that Muhammad is a false man?
I said if he meant that statement, and that's what he meant, then that is
stop saying to me if he meant. I show it to you on the screen. I give you the reference. We read the Muslim translation, and still you are saying to me if.
Yes, if that's what he meant, then he's a false man.
Okay, he's a false man. That's wonderful. So now you are not a Muslim no more. That's wonderful. So now tell me the question about Christianity. Go ahead.
Okay, so can you explain the logical problem of the Trinity?
Why it's logical? Explain to me.
The logical. So there's three distinct persons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they are all 100% God.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one God, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how can you have three distinct persons and have one God? But they're all 100% God.
Okay, I want you to listen to me carefully. When we say the word God Almighty, what does that mean?
That means Almighty, God Almighty.
What Almighty mean?
Like all powerful.
And now you are asking me how that is possible to be logical. So what is logical for you, it's not in the dictionary of God, because nothing is impossible for God. Maybe you cannot be 3 and 1 in the same time. Maybe I cannot be here and be in Japan in the same time. But for God, nothing is impossible. So my friend, you got the wrong idea what the word God mean. So Can you explain God to me? You cannot. Why?
Okay.
Because God is a miracle. Do you agree that God is a miracle himself?
Absolutely.
Okay. So can you explain the miracle?
Okay. So
No. Can
you
you
said
explain?
God,
Can you explain the miracle?
can I explain God?
Can you explain the miracle?
The miracle of God?
What is
Like
the
who God is?
what is a miracle?
Something that you cannot prove or disprove by science. Something out of the ordinary, right?
Okay. So the logic, even the logic of science, cannot explain it. Correct?
Sure.
Okay. So how you're trying to explain how God can be three and one by logic, which is funny logic, because the second you say is God, that means he's above all logic, above all nature, above all the physics. He's God. So either you want to contradict yourself, you do not know what God mean, you need to go and learn the language from the beginning, or you know what the God word mean, or the God mean, or the word God mean, and then you try to play with your brain, says, how can God be three and one? But however, I want to show you that you are three and one. What do you think?
Okay. So
No,
really
hold on,
quickly
hold
for
on.
you.
Are you three and one or one?
I'm one person. One person.
Okay. Do you have a flesh?
Yes.
Do you have a soul?
Yes.
Is the soul the same as the flesh?
Do I have a flesh, like a flesh body?
Yeah,
Like body and soul are different.
your body.
Body and soul are different.
They are different, right?
Yeah.
But aren't you both are one? Because your soul and your body is one person?
I am one person.
No, no,
My
no,
soul.
no. Focus with me.
Okay.
You as a person is soul and body. Do we agree?
Yes.
But this is two.
That's okay. So my soul, like you said, body and soul are two different things, right?
Wait, do we need to repeat again what we just said?
Yeah, you
You
said body and
agreed.
soul
You
are two different
agreed.
things.
No, you agreed. I said to you, do you have a body? You said yes. I said, do you have a soul? You said yes. Okay. Is the body the same as the soul? You said no. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So both of them, they are different, but they are two, and they have totally different nature. Do we agree?
Sure.
But
Well, my soul is who I am. My soul defines who I am as a person, right? My
no,
body is just my body.
no. Your soul and your body is you, not your soul alone.
My soul is me. My body's just a body.
No, because Adam, when he was created, Allah created the body first, and then he breathed into him. And then when the body is inside the soul is inside the body, that is a full human being, not before. If the soul is not there, is not created yet, it's just a flesh. So the soul and the body, not the soul alone. The soul is always exist actually. Isn't it the Quran says, I breathe into him? He breathed, correct? From where?
Yeah.
From my spirit. So spirit is always there. But that spirit is inserted inside the body of Adam, that become the property of Adam temporarily. So Adam and his body and his spirit became united. And this is why in the day of the judgment day we have resurrection, correct?
Yeah.
What resurrection mean?
Resurrection, rising from the dead.
No. Resurrection mean reuniting your soul with your body so you will become alive again. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just proved my point, sir.
No, hold on. So you to be a person, to be judged by God, he is not rising a body, he's rising both. The body and the soul is you.
I think you just proved my point, sir, because you just established that without the soul, the body is useless. So
no, if the body is
different from the
useless,
Trinity.
then Allah will not, or the God, the one you used to worship, he will not need the body. So the body is not exist you as a person without the body. If Muhammad have no body, he is just a spirit. He is not a human. You are a human because you have a body, and you cannot be human without having the soul. So the body and the soul made you human. It's not the body alone. The rock have a body. Is the rock is alive and a human?
Rocks don't have bodies; they're just rocks.
Yeah, it's a body. Body is what? Is a material.
Yeah.
Okay, and actually, your flesh is rocks. You know what is this? Just dirt, right? It's dirt.
Yeah.
Okay, so the dirt plus the soul made you. You are not alone. And now let us add one more. You and your flesh and your mind. If you don't have a mind, are you exist? You will be what? If you don't have a
If you
brain.
have a body and soul but no mind,
If you don't
then you're
have,
still a person. You're just not functioning.
no. Okay, wonderful. You said you not function. If there's somebody he have a brain damage, he die, correct?
If he has severe brain damage, yeah.
Okay, but the brain damage is what? I mean, why the brain is so important? You can have a finger damage, you don't die. You can cut your leg, you don't die. I mean, but the brain, if you take it away, even if the brain is still there actually in your head, but somebody have a like brain attack, like the
Yeah,
same
'cause
as
the
heart
body
attack.
dies.
Okay, so if that stop functioning, the brain, the body is still there, alive. Your hands is fine, your legs is fine, your flesh is fine, but there is only one part. It's called the brain. That brain is what make you unique as a human being. And that brain, if it's missing, you are dead. Or if the brain stop working, you are dead. They can keep you alive by machine, by giving you food, but in reality, you are brain dead. The second they
Yes.
take the machine, you are dead. So look what happened now. You are the will, which is the brain. Your brain is your will. You are the flesh, and you are a soul. Three in one man. If one of them is missing, you are not exist, and you are a human. In the case of God, God, he is as he is. It's not you up to you to tell him how he can be three and one, because he's God. Of God, he says, I am a billion, not a three. Only stupid people, they can question that, because either you know what the word God mean, or you are ignorant fool. You call him God, yet you question how God can do what is impossible.
Yeah. So I see two problems with this argument. First, body, soul, and mind are parts of the human. They're not
No,
100% the human.
no, my friend, no. You see, the soul is a soul. The
Yes, that's
soul
part of the
and
human.
no, hold on. The soul is a soul, the body is a body, and if we separate them, you are not a human no more. The soul, the body will become dirt, and the soul is in the wind.
Yeah, because part of that is missing. You're not a human because the soul,
So
the body,
exactly.
and the
So
mind
what
are
make you
parts of
what
the
make you
human.
human?
Not
No, not
100%
part of a human. No, not part. Not part. Because when we say part, that means they are the same. You see, my hand is part of my body. Why? Because my hand is a flesh, my shoulder is a flesh, my leg is a flesh. The soul have nothing to do with this part thing, because the soul is not a physical thing. So the soul within you is the power of life which God he gave you. That is the soul. So you as a body, you are nothing without the power of God, which is making you alive, which we call it soul. Muslim cannot even define what soul is. Even when they asked Muhammad, they said to him, what is a soul? What is a spirit? He says only Allah knows, which is very simple answer. You know, I mean, anyone knows what soul is, the power of life. But because Muhammad is a fool, he cannot even answer such a question. So you as a human, you can be three and one in the same time, and you are questioning how God can be three and one. Same time, when Jesus he came to this earth, I can say I am even Son of God. You can say that. He can say that. But Jesus is not like anyone. This is why he is the only one is born, but he have no father. He is the only one right now alive in heaven. Everybody is dead. He is the only one who never commits sin. Chapter 19, verse 19 in the Quran, the Holy Son. He is the only one who is taken up by Allah to heaven. Muhammad is dead in the ground. Cockroaches ate him. He is the only one who can tell you the future. The only one can heal the blind. The only one can heal the leper, and the only one who can resurrect people from death. And then they ask you, then they says, how you say Jesus is God? And not only that, the stupid Quran says that Jesus can create from the mother bird. That means he's a creator. Do you remember when I asked you in the beginning, when Allah, he said he is the best of the creators?
Yeah.
Okay. How many creators there is?
Us humans are creators, like I said.
I'm asking you, how many creators there is?
How many? A lot of them.
No,
There's a
the
lot of humans.
creator.
Most humans are
Stop. You know, you
creators.
see, I don't want to hang up on you. I'm trying to be patient as much as I can. The one who create, I show you the verse in the Quran. Allah, he says, how you can worship someone cannot create a fly. So the creation in the Quran is creating a fly. Fly. If you cannot create a fly, you are not God. So don't fool yourself with the creating of bicycle. This is not a creation. This is a creative idea. Shame on you.
Okay.
You are 18 years old. Creative idea have nothing to do with the word the creation. Because a creation is when you make something alive. This is number one. Or something out of nothing. Not making a bicycle. When I make a bicycle, I bring steel. I just make a screws. This is not a creation. I'm using what is exist before me, not made by me.
When you make something alive, don't mother, father make something alive?
No, you don't make somebody alive. The Quran is against that too. Isn't it? We just showed you the Quran says Allah, he breathed. Allah, he breathed. Mary, she is giving birth, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about mother and father.
But Allah, he
and
breathed into
breast.
Mary. So if your father and your mother can give you birth without Allah, then why Allah, he breathed into Mary? He just said to Jesus, be, and he was. But he needed to breathe. What the breathing will do? The breathing give the life.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so giving life, creating is making life. What the Quran is saying. Same time, Jesus, he created from the mother bird. So now how many creators we have according to the Quran? We have Baal, we have Allah, we have Jesus. The Muslim, they say that the power Jesus have is given to him from Allah. No problem. That will not change the fact that he is a creator now. As we speak, there's birds in heaven flying right now, made by Jesus. He created. He said, I create to you. Not I will ask Allah to create for you. I create for you. I make mud. I breathe into the mud, and I, by the leave of Allah, who care about the leave of Allah? Still he can create. So he's a creator. So my friend, when you want to ask, listen, you are trying to be stubborn, and I feel sorry for you.
No, sir.
No, hold on. Listen.
Listen. Okay.
You know, you are being stubborn, and I don't blame you for being stubborn in your age. This is how it is. But when I was in your age, I was not like that. I take what people say and study it carefully. And I'm giving you an example how you don't study and you don't want even to listen. So when I show you what Muhammad said, the sun set in murky water, you say to me, maybe he meant that it's appear. It says it's set. You say it appear. I say it's set. You say it's appear. So you are not listening. And then at the end, if it says after all this conversation, if he says that, yes, he's a false man. So it took me an hour to make you understand it's set, not as appear. This is how stubborn you are. So I want to ask you a very simple question. Can God be as he wish or he cannot?
Can God be as I wish or he
as he wish? As he wish.
No, God can only do things that, so you're saying, okay.
Hold on. You just said God cannot be what he want to be?
Can God die if he wants to, sir?
Hold on. Doesn't matter. Yes, if God want to die, he can die. Why not? That means God cannot be God.
That means God is not eternal.
Hold on. Listen. God can God die? So are you saying to me that if God, he tried to get rid of his existence, he cannot?
No, because he can only do...
Okay, hold on. That means he's not God. That means he is limited. There's things he cannot do.
No, listen. God can only do things
No,
that
who
befit
told
His
you?
Majesty.
Who is the one who decide for
Can
you? Listen, who is the one who decide what God can do, what God cannot do? Are you stupid or what? Why you call him God? Because he can do
there's a
everything.
difference?
No, if God cannot do, you see, when we say can he die, this is a stupid thing to say actually. I mean, why he want to die? Why you want to die? You know, because even when you as a human being, when they kill you, even when they kill you, you are not totally dead according to stupid Muhammad. You go in the grave, angels will ask you questions. Who is this guy? His name is Muhammad. Who is this? What is your religion? You say Islam. You are dead now. So according to Islam, even when you are dead, you are not dead. But I will go now without Islam. Even when somebody kill you, they kill the flesh. The spirit never die. The spirit never ever die. So why the spirit will never ever die? Because that is from God. So when we say hypothetically, pathetically, can God die? Well, if he want, yes. But in the same time, no. Because even when Jesus died in the cross, Jesus is still alive by the Spirit. So they killed his body, but nobody can kill God. But Jesus says, I lay down myself. Nobody can take myself from me. I lay down myself. So even a human being, when he die, it is only the flesh is dying. The spirit ever, never, ever die. This is why when you are going to go, the human being is eternal, my friend. You are being silly. Human being, he will be either eternal in heaven or eternal in hellfire. He is eternal already. He is, when you say only God is eternal, that's stupid. Only stupid people say that. God is eternal and you are eternal and I am eternal because we will live for eternity either in heaven or in hell. Either one, we are eternal. So it's a stupid of you to try to compare and try to bring God into philosophy and your funny logic. Same time, the Hindus have 30 million God. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I know the Hindus have multiple gods. Yes, I do know that.
35 million God. What if
Millions.
they are truly exist? Are you going to say to them, I don't like you?
What if they what now?
What if they are what if the Hindu are right? There is 35 million God. Are you going to laugh at them? Are you going to say, you stupid, how you can be 35 million God? Huh? What kind of logic is that? Well, if they are, they are. So don't be foolish and don't be shallow. God, he exists before us, and we are not the one designing God. What you are trying to do, you are trying to design God. And the funny is that you are 18 years old, but a bunch of idiots fool you and made you convert to stupid religion, says your penis will be endless, and there's women waiting for you to F them. How in the world the person try to be smart, he accepts such a thing? How a person in the world, he is smart, he accept that there's a God. If you believe in him, he will give you a pillow. Do you like banana? Allah promised you banana. Are you a monkey? Obviously you are. So if you try to be smart, well, show me how you smart you are when you converted to Islam. Let me make it simple for you. When those Abdul spoke to you and fooled you and converted you to Islam, how they converted you?
I'm sorry, how did they convert me?
Yeah, how they convince you Islam is a true from God.
Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. So I've tried to not answer your question, but I've tried multiple times to speak and point out issues within all of your arguments that you're making, and you're not allowing me to. So I will point out these things in these issues I have with all of your arguments, and you can respond to them.
No. I'm
So
asking you first. I explained to you.
right,
You asked me the question. Don't tell me I'm not allowing you to talk. That's false. I'm asking you.
no,
I explained to you. I explained to you what nobody can explain. You cannot question God, for he is almighty. It's not up to you to say God cannot be. That is stupid. Like as an example, the Quran says how Allah can have a son. Do you agree with Allah explanation?
how he can have a son? How is that he can have a son?
Why Allah he cannot have a son? Do you know?
because that's who he is. He neither begets nor is he
No,
begotten.
no, no, because he don't have a girlfriend.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah, he doesn't have a mate, so he can't do anything with that. He can't.
Aha. So listen. So Allah cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend. So what make him unique? Nothing. I cannot have a son without girlfriend. You cannot have a son without girlfriend. Allah cannot have a son without girlfriend. Mary, she can have a son without boyfriend. Why? Because the God of Mary, he is above physics and the law of physics. Did you get it? So when Allah in the Quran, chapter 6, verse 101 says, to him is due the primal origin of the heaven and the earth, how can he have a son when he don't have a girlfriend? Sahiba, not concerned. Sahiba mean girlfriend. So Allah explained to us how limited he is. How can I have a son if I don't have a girlfriend? So it's like if you ask me, do you have kids? I say, I'm going to have kids. I'm not married. That's not nice of you to ask. I mean, don't you know I'm not married? So how I'm going to have kids? Have you ever heard of a man, he can have sons by himself? Allah is the same as me and you. He cannot have a son. But here, the author of the Quran, he forgot that he mentioned in chapter 19 that Mary, she have a son and she don't have a boyfriend. Contradiction, because if Allah cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend, then if Allah is the one who made Mary have a son, he cannot be Allah, because Allah, he can make somebody else have a son without boyfriend, but he cannot make himself have a son without girlfriend.
Yeah, that's fair, sir. You've said various things that are false. And I'd like to correct you. First, you said that Jesus, when you say how is Jesus God, he said Jesus is the only one who he was born with the mother and no father, correct? Is that what you said?
I did not say without mother. Jesus born
with
without
mother. With mother. No, yes, no, sir.
Yeah.
With mother and without a father.
Yes.
Does that, if that proves his divinity, Adam had no mother or father, does that make him God?
Okay, just to show you how silly you are, isn't it the Quran says the similarity of Adam is the same as Jesus? He said to him, be, and he was. And we prove that this is false. Same time, Adam is not born. Are you an idiot? Is Adam born? Jesus is the only one is born. I said, Jesus is the only, no one in this world is born. Adam is not born. Adam is made by mud. So the only one is born is Jesus, but he is the only one born. He have no father. He is the only one. He have no sin. He is the only one in heaven according to Islam, and all prophets are dead. He is the only one who God himself take him to him. Nobody can kill him. He is the only one who can make the blind see. He is the only one who can resurrect people from death. He is the only one can create from the mother bird. He is the only one who can tell you what you hide in your houses.
That's false, sir. Elijah resurrected someone from the dead, didn't he?
This is not according. No, even Elijah, he could not, because God he did, not Elijah. Same time, according to the Quran, only Jesus did that. The Quran
yes, sir,
says.
we're talking about.
No,
go.
No. Listen. You see, when I say to you, Jesus is created from the mother bird, etc., this is all from the Quran. I'm not reading from the Bible because we don't have such a story. This is a fabrication. But I'm showing to you how stupid the Quran. The Quran is the one who's saying all things about Jesus that will make Jesus God for sure. Because if Jesus is the creator in the Quran, well, he is God. If Jesus can resurrect people from death, he is God. Because the Quran says, who can do those things save Allah? And then we find that Jesus can do those things, not only Allah. And when you mention to me Elijah or other prophet, they did not resurrect people from death. That is God resurrecting people from death. In the story of Jesus, he did, and Jesus he command. In the case of other prophet, they pray to God, and God resurrect them. As an example, in the Quran, there's a stupid story about the cow. Do you know why the cow chapter called the cow chapter?
Yes, about the person that was killed. Are you referring to that?
Did Musa resurrect the guy or Allah resurrect the guy?
Allah resurrected him, right? Yeah.
So it's not Moses in the Quran. Moses cannot. Muhammad cannot. Same time, when you say to me Allah resurrected him, this is funny because if Allah resurrected him, then why did beat the guy with the cow?
Yeah. So
What yeah? What yeah? I'm asking you. If Allah can resurrect, why we need to beat the dead guy by the cow?
you're asking me why God ordered someone to do something? I can't
If
vouch
Allah
for
is the
what
one
God.
who can resurrect people from death, why I need to beat the dead guy with the beef?
Yeah, that's pretty dumb logic. So
This is dumb
that's like
logic.
saying,
Are you saying the
yes,
Quran
sir.
is? So you are saying the Quran is dumb?
Your logic of interpreting it is dumb, sir.
Why is dumb?
So,
No,
like I
hold
said,
on. Explain to me. Here, okay, guys, it's dumb.
okay,
Why? Explain to
okay.
me.
That's like saying if God worked miracles, if God was the one who, for example, you believe that the prophet Moses
Hmm.
dropped his stick on the ground
Hmm.
and it turned into a snake,
Hmm.
or he raised his, or he parted the Red Sea, right, with
Hmm.
his staff. That's like saying if God is doing these miracles, why does Moses have to put his staff on the ground?
First of all, you know, when we are talking about resurrecting people from death, according to you, it's Allah who resurrected people, not Moses, right?
Sure.
Okay. So, and according to the Bible, it's not Moses. It's not the stick of Moses. There's nothing called magical stick. That is a lie. So when Moses, they are doing magic, Moses showed them that my God can do what you cannot do. In their mind, they thought this is magic, but that's a miracle of God. It's not Moses. Moses did nothing. It's not Moses who opened the ocean with his stick. That's false. It is God who opened the ocean with his power. Same
That's what
time,
I'm
he,
saying.
hold on, listen, no,
Go ahead.
no, that's not what you're saying. What you are trying to say, you're trying to compare with the false argument. It's not exist in the Bible. Saying it to here, how we can resurrect people from death? We beat them by beef, not by Allah. What is the connection with the beef beating on Allah?
The same thing with like as a sign, you beat someone and Allah says,
What
"Do
sign?
this."
Okay, did Jesus, when he resurrect people from death, did he beat them with beef?
No,
Why? There was no beef at that time.
no, he didn't. He didn't need to. What?
Ah, he did not need to. Are you saying to me, Allah, he need to beat that guy with beef to resurrect him?
No, I'm saying that that's the order that he gave, right? I don't know
What
why he gave this
order?
order.
What order?
Beat the
Okay,
person, the order
isn't
with the
it you who
beef.
said to me that Allah, he said B is going to be?
With regards to creation, yes,
Okay, God,
yes.
he said to the ocean, open to Moses, the ocean opened. It's not the staff of Moses. God, he said, be light, light was. Here, can't Allah say be to the dead body, be alive, and he will be alive? Yes, supposedly he can, but as you see, he cannot. He says, bring a cow. He described the cow, the age of the cow, the look of the cow, the color of the cow, and should be, etc. Never work in the field. Special description as if he's making a recipe. And then this cow, you cut the cow and you beat the dead guy, and then he will come alive. That is a witchcraft. It's a witch. You know, this is voodoo. Bring some zucchini, mix it with bocchini, put some spices, and put it in the fire, and say those words, and then the magic will happen. So if Allah is the one doing power, not voodoo, he do not need beef, and the beef have a special specification, and the tail and the color. Here we go. If you read the verse number 71, it says, and he says, a heifer, not a train to tail the soil, or water in the field, sound without blemish. They said, now has thou taught the truth. What the truth? This is the description of the cow. Amazing. And then remember when they slew the guy, and they came to Moses, said to him, this guy was killed, we know who killed him. So Allah told them, okay, bring this cow, cut the cow, this description of the cow, beat the guy come back to life for 20 seconds. He said the name of the one who killed him, and he died. You are a
Okay.
person who keep talking about logic. Is that logical?
That's your exact same logic with what I said. You had not acknowledged. Listen, you had acknowledged God. Moses did nothing when he did his miracles. It was God doing them through Moses. Correct?
Yeah.
That's what it says, right?
Hmm.
Okay, absolutely, 100%. So doesn't it also say in the book of Acts that God did miracles through Jesus?
Because God is Jesus in earth. God Himself, isn't it the Bible says too, that God He humbled Himself, He come in the flesh. So God He did miracle through Jesus as a flesh. God come to the earth in the flesh of the man, and He did miracle through Jesus. We don't worship the body, the flesh of Jesus. We worship God, the Word of God, who humbled Himself. He took the flesh. So when God came to this earth, He come to be like us. The Bible says, nobody can see God and live. If you see Him the way exactly He is, you will not be able to handle it. You will be burned. You will be destroyed. So God, He humbled Himself, and He did. And here you will notice that when we say God, He did miracle through Jesus, you forgot that all the Bible says that Jesus Himself is the miracle. Isn't it Him who said, I am the resurrection, I am the life, I am the truth? Didn't He say that? Only God is the life. Only God is the truth. Only God is the resurrection. Not only he's not saying I will give you life. I am the life. So when you try to fool yourself and quote a verse from the Bible, you have to connect it to the rest. And as long we are saying that God He did miracle through Jesus. Did you just say that?
Isn't that what Acts says?
No.
God did
Do
miracles
you
through
agree with
Jesus.
it? Do you agree with it or you don't?
Sure, God did.
Okay.
God does miracles through all His prophets, right?
Did Jesus forgive sin?
In the Bible, yes, He
Okay.
did. He did forgive sin.
Hold on. So if God did miracle through Jesus, that will not give a permission to Jesus to forgive sin because only God forgive, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that means Jesus is God. Let me ask you now, can Allah forgive sin?
Can Allah forgive sin?
Yes,
Yes. If you
that's
repent, yes.
that's false. Can you read for me the verse I will show you?
Sir, I don't think you understand.
You
I'm not able to see.
why you cannot see? Open the verse. You can search in your phone. You keep giving me excuses.
Sir,
I
I'm
don't.
blind.
You are 18 years old. You have a phone in your hand and you do not know how to search a verse.
I can search the verse, but I can't
Okay.
read from your
No,
screen,
you
sir.
can read it from the. I'm not asking you to read from my screen. I said open the Quran. Open the stupid Quran. Chapter 48, verse number 2. Allah making a wish to other Allah, say, may Allah forgive your sin. Jesus, He is not saying, may God forgive you. Jesus said, go and your sin is forgiven. This is why Jesus in John 8:23, He says, He told them, you are from below, I am from above. And when Jesus says, go and your sin is forgiven, He is speaking with the authority which is given to Him from the Father. Jesus said, everything I have is given to me from the Father, and the authority over the flesh and the
At
judgment. So
oh,
here in the chapter, did you open the chapter? I'm trying to give you time to open the chapter.
okay, sure. I'll open the chapter. Yeah.
Chapter 48, verse number what? Do you know?
You said verse 2, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I will search and I will open it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Who is the one wishing the sin of Muhammad to be forgiven?
Oh, yes, it does say may Allah. Yes, it does. The
Okay.
verse.
Who
I
is
haven't opened now.
okay? May Allah. Who's talking?
Allah, right?
Why Allah wanna say may
So
Allah?
why is yeah? Hold on.
Are you there?
Yes, sir. I have a screen reader that reads to me the verses. Like I said, I cannot. Sir, I don't think you understand. I'm medically not. I cannot see. So I'm looking up the verse on my computer, and I have something that reads it to me. So yes, I see.
Medically, you cannot see.
No, I cannot.
Are you blind?
Yes, sir.
Why did not tell me from the beginning you're blind?
I tried to explain that to you, sir.
No, you said to me I cannot open. I cannot. You did not say to me I'm blind.
No, I said I can't see.
But I cannot see. You did not tell me you're blind. So how I will know? If you
That's
tell
what I
me
was
from
trying
the,
to
if
explain
you
to
tell
you.
me from the beginning I'm blind, and I will not be angry, and I'm wondering why you cannot see, why you don't open. Okay, I apologize. So now, so how you know now the verse I'm showing to you? I mean, I'm trying to. How you know how you read it?
Okay, so on my computer, I have a software program that reads out loud the verse. So I can Google it and I can type on my computer because I
Okay.
memorize the type layout,
Okay.
and I read it that way.
All right. So it says, "May Allah." I pray to Jesus to heal you, my friend. I pray
Thank you,
from my
sir.
heart to Jesus to heal you. So when Allah He says, "May Allah forgive you," do you think Allah making a wish to a different God? May?
Yeah, that's fair. Why would he say, "May Allah forgive you" if he's Allah, right?
Correct. But in the case of Jesus, did Jesus says, "May God forgive you," or says, "Go and your sin is forgiven"?
Go, your sin is forgiven. That's how we see in the Bible.
That is Jesus, my friend. That is God. And then the
Okay,
Muslim they say to you, where Jesus says, "I am God, worship me." So you need to understand. And I
that's so.
and I
Yeah, no,
and I
I
wish you
know
told
he
me
says
from
that in
the
the Bible.
beginning that you are blind. I will be easier on you. I was being tough because you are making me angry. I keep showing you on the screen, etc. And you say I cannot read it, I see it. And I wonder why. So anyway, next time remind me of yourself if you call me again. But you will notice, my friend,
Yeah.
you are like my younger brother, and I love you for the sake of Christ. And I pray to the Lord to heal your eyes and make you able to see, and He is able, always capable. But I want to ask you, as long you are blind, if you go to a person, if you come to my house and you are asking my help, and just because you are blind and poor, and I kick you out, what do you think of me?
If I come to your house and ask you for help and you kick me out just because of that,
Yeah, because you are poor and blind.
I would think of you as a bad person, right?
Muhammad, he did that exactly. There's
Wait,
a
really?
chapter in the Quran. It's called Abasa. Abasa wa tawalla when the blind came to him.
Can you
So,
give me a number? I want to read this for my.
all right.
I was not aware of this, sir. Can you give me a number for that?
But
I want to look it up and read it.
when the blind man came to Jesus, he asked Jesus for help. He gave him eyes. That is Jesus, the Creator. He created eyes for him. If you go to chapter 80, verse number 1, it says, "Abasa wa tawalla in ja'ahu al-a'ma." And you can use the computer so you can hear it. Don't worry about the sound, it will not bother me because now I understand why.
Yeah, I'm opening it up now. If you would give me a second, I wanna actually read this. Hold on.
Okay. My people are saying my sound is low. My sound is low, guys? How come? Okay, hold on. Why my sound is low? Doesn't make sense. Okay. Uh, do you hear me better now? I don't know, for some reason. Even I see in my side here it says low sound. Give me a second.
Oh, now you cut out completely. And I did read that. Why did he?
Do you hear me?
Oh yeah, now he cut out completely.
You don't hear me?
Hello?
You don't hear me? Okay, what about now? Do you hear me?
Hello?
I know what's happening. Do you hear me now? Okay, let me call him again. Guys, do you hear me? I will restart my Skype. Something, I don't know what happened. Why the sound is low. I have it here to maximum. I will call him back. I feel sorry for this kid, you know. Okay, let me try to go to the audio. I don't know. I'm not sure really why this is happening. You know, from my side, everything is fine. It's good now. Let us call him again. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe I need to restart my program. But if I restart my broadcast program, I will lose the whole broadcast. Let me do this. Hold on. I hope I'm heard now. Do you guys hear me? Sorry, I had to restart. Okay, well, good that YouTube did not disconnect the thing totally, because I had to restart all my computer, you know, to come back. Yeah, suddenly, I think it was a Skype. There's auto control for the microphone, and suddenly it muted my microphone. And I think now it's doing it again. I put my microphone to the top, it keep making it go down. So anyway, let me call this poor person. I wish I know from the beginning that he's blind, but God is good. Let us see. All right. Let us see now if and I don't hear Skype. Look like now we have a problem in Skype. Do you hear me? Give me a second. I hear nothing in Skype. Oh boy. Okay, now I hear you. Are you there? All right. Yeah, sorry for that. I had to restart my computer totally, you know. And no, the sound, like people, they were saying they don't hear me. And then I tried, I have program to broadcast. That one froze, totally froze. Anyway, so did you see the verses I gave you? All right, what do you think about it? Okay. Okay. Okay, so if I'm speaking to a rich man and a poor blind man come to me, I favor the rich man over the poor blind man. Well, can't the yeah, but if you read actually the interpretation, it says that Muhammad, he thought in his mind that now they will see that the one is following me are poor and blind people. This is in the interpretation. And I can give you the link so you can check it out, use your software to read it. So he said to himself, oh, now the chief and those rich people, they will say, look who follow me. But don't you see that this is a very filthy behavior? And then when people, they start making fun of Muhammad, what kind of a man? He make fun of a blind man. Instead of, he should favor him actually. Yeah, and actually now I came back. Actually, I was going to hang up on you. I'm really losing my patience. But now you told me you are blind. And now I am insisting more to help you. Okay. Yeah, it's 12:35. Okay. Yeah. Okay, hold on. People, they say they don't hear the caller. Well, I don't know why. Give me a second. I don't know what's happening. Okay, talk. Hold on, still not working. I hear you, but they don't hear me. Yeah, you don't hear you. I want them to hear you. Okay, hold on. Input, output. Okay, let's see. Now still. All right. Okay, I think this is a Skype problem. Let me check Skype again because people cannot hear you. Skype, audio and video. Built-in output. Okay. Talk.
Hello?
All right, now they can hear you. Wonderful.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. Okay, so what you want to say? Go ahead.
Okay. So we were talking about Jesus coming down as God on earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that mean he's fully God and fully man, or is he?
Yeah, he's, you know, there's nothing is called half, you know. I mean,
sure.
The body is a body of a man, but this man, he can do what God can do, for God in the man is doing what is done. So when we say Jesus, he healed, you know, okay, who is the one who did heal? Is it the flesh who is born? God who is in that flesh, the flesh can do nothing. Flesh is a flesh of a human. But God in the flesh. So you remember when you said to me, God, he said be, and that's it? Be?
Yeah.
Okay. So Jesus said to the guy, the blind man, carry your bed. He did read their mind, and they were saying to him, oh, he's saying to him, "You're go and your sin is forgiven." So he did read their mind, and he said, which one is easier, you hypocrite? Say to him, go and your sin is forgiven, or carry your bed and walk. Which one is easier, you think? Talk is cheap. I can say that, right? You can say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not going to mean anything, right? Like you could say, go off your bed and walk, and that won't mean anything unless you actually are able to do something.
Unless it happened.
Exactly.
Okay. So Jesus did not say, may God heal you. Like now, I said to you, may Jesus heal you, correct? Because I cannot. I wish I can help you, right?
Yeah.
So I said,
may God do it.
Yeah, may the Messiah heal you. Why? Because he is the healer. And this is how we know if Jesus is God or not. Not because he said, I am Son of God, and your sin is forgiven, and love your enemy. I mean, talk is, there's many people, they talk good, talk a lot, There's people, they call themselves guru. Their game is just to speak nice, and, they fool people. But Jesus, he say what he do, and he do what he say. So, go on, your sin is forgiven. This is only God can do. But we will not know really if this is true or not. But what we know, what confirming it, that Jesus is, not only he can do miracle, but he is the best in everything, in ethic, in love, in forgiving, in giving. So the Messiah, he gave for us a great example how you can be God in the flesh, yet you are holy. Because all of us as a human, our excuse is what? I'm human, I'm weak. So Jesus, God, he humbled himself, he took the flesh of a human being, yet he did not commit sin as we do. Because remember, what is our excuse? We are a human, and human are weak. And because we are weak, we do commit sin, we do wrong, we are not perfect.
Absolutely.
But the Messiah showed us that you can be human. That's why he said, be holy like your Father. So be holy, it's a project to work in. You're not holy, be holy. So the target in Christianity is to be the maximum of perfection. You can, the best you can. But in Islam, just say, Alhamdulillah, 100 times, Allah forgive all your sin. That is stupid. So I spend all my life just making all kind of things, and then I say Alhamdulillah 100 times, and my sin is forgiven. Jesus, his teaching, make going to heaven extremely hard for the one who they are hypocrite. Islam make it so easy, shahada, and you are in heaven. You can say to Jesus Shahada from now until the coming century. Jesus said, not everyone will say to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who does his will. So,
yes.
But in Islam, you don't even have a will. You know that? Do you know that you don't have a will in Islam?
I don't have a will?
Yeah, you don't have a will. According to Islam, everything is destiny. They did not tell you, the Muslims, when they try to fool you? Okay, let me make it simple. When Adam commits sin, did he commit sin by his choice, or it was the choice of Allah?
I mean, he committed a sin, right? Oh, I see where you're going. I see. Okay.
What do you mean? What you see? Tell me. What do you understand?
I see where you're going. I see where you're going. Where you said, you don't have a will. Everything is already lined up for you. Like everything has already been decreed. Is that what you mean?
Everything, no, all your decision is decision made by Allah, not by you.
Exactly.
Okay, so
that's what you mean?
Yeah. So what the point? That's not fair. So now I am a Christian prince. I am a person who wrote many books against Muhammad. I go live. I stay for many hours. I meet thousands and thousands of Muslims leave Islam. And according to Allah and Islam, it is the will of Allah that I am saying to you now what I'm saying. And then Allah will punish me, for He is making me doing it. Is that fair?
No, that doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. If you go and read the story of Adam, actually I will give you the link. and you can read your software. I wish you from the beginning you told me, man. I mean, you made a mistake not by telling me that you cannot read. I will give you a link. I want you to do me a favor. After we finish, or I don't know if you can use it now when you are with me. You can use your software. I will give you the link. Is that okay to give you the link or give you
Yeah. Oh, you can give me the link.
I give you the link. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, I will give you the link. You will see the story here. And this is al-Bukhari, very authentic. Hadith number 6614. According to Muhammad, Adam and Moses, they have a debate argument, which is very funny. I mean, what Adam and how they met. Moses, he told Adam, because of you, Adam, we are out of heaven. I will read literally what it says. I will read for you. O Adam, Moses saying, you are our father who disappointed us and turned us out of paradise. Adam said to him, O Moses, Allah favored you by favored you by his talk. Between two brackets, he talked to you directly. And he wrote the Torah for you by his own hands. And do you blame me for an action which Allah had written for me, had written in my fate 40 years before my creation? Muhammad now continued talking, saying, so Adam confuted Moses. Adam confuted Moses, repeating that 3 times. What do you think, my friend, about this story?
So this is a hadith basically saying that the actions of Adam were already decreed. That doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. Stupid. I mean, so you know, Moses. And the funny is, I don't know what to call you. Can you give me a name to call you with? It's okay. I don't want to share your name. So Moses is a prophet, correct?
Yeah.
And now this is after they died. They are debating. So Moses, he spent his life, he believed in original sin. But you know that the Christians, always Muslims make fun of them. They say, the Quran say only every soul pay for its own sin. But the fact, no, the Quran doesn't say that actually. Yeah, it says that every soul, but we find that different places, Allah, he says he will punish the children of those people who commit no sin. And actually this is what we will see now, just a minute from now. But you will notice that Moses cannot be a Muslim because Moses believed in the original sin. And according to Muhammad, there is no original sin made by Adam. There is original sin made by Allah. It was a destiny Allah he wrote 40 years before the creation of Adam. Then we need to ask ourselves, if Adam commits sin, it was a fate. That means Adam did not commit sin. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, if it was already written out that he would commit sin, then how is... Yeah, that doesn't make
because not only that, you know, he cannot, it's a decree. He cannot change it, right?
Yeah. He made a decree, right?
Yeah.
He willed it. He made it happen. So
exactly.
He decreed it. How can...
Okay.
Yeah.
When a person who do fornication, do he make a decision or it's Allah make decision for him?
I mean, if he does it, then he should be the one making the decision, right?
According to Islam, no.
I mean, no. If you're asking me, I say that he should be the one making the decision to sin.
Exactly.
He's the one
it's your sin. It's not God making you do fornication, you know. So if you go in the hadith, you will see Muhammad saying that every human being, he have a destiny. I will read for you. I will give you the hadith too, the link. So in your message, you can open it from your side.
Got it.
Okay. Verily Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in, and which he of necessity must commit. Do you see it? Allah had a fixed portion. It's a fixed. It's not choice of adultery which a man will indulge in, which he of necessity must commit. Okay, so adultery is not my adultery. Allah decide for me when before I was born, before I was made, what I will do, what sin I will do, and how that will be punish me. There's a sheikh. His name is Mufti Menk. You heard of him?
I have.
Okay. Guys, anyone remember what the name of the video so I can find it and give it to him so he can listen to it and laugh? So they asked Mufti Menk. Let me see if I can find it. They asked him, it was about destiny. Mufti. Let us see. I'm just trying to remember the name of the video, because you know, like this guy, when you type his name, his videos is all over the place. So anyway, they asked Mufti Menk about it. He was making a speech. So there's a guy. If anybody can find me the video, if anyone remember the title, please let me know. Tell me what the title name is, and I will look for it. So he was talking about somebody. He's a thief. So they brought him to the caliphate. Here we go. Somebody found it. Let me open it. I'm not going to play it because Muslim, they flag my videos. But I will give you the link. So he said that the guy, he said to the caliphate, why you want to punish me for something is my fate? And Mufti Menk himself, he said, this is a good argument if you think about it. This is a good argument. He didn't say this is stupid, this is funny. This is a good argument if you think about it. And then he said, the caliphate, he outsmarted him, and he said to him, well, as long it's destiny for you to commit sin and be a thief, it's destiny for me to punish you.
So Mufti Menk didn't refute that?
This is how he refuted him.
It was good.
He told him, yeah, he said, okay, this is a good argument. Allah, this is your destiny to be a thief. It's my destiny to punish you. I just give you the video.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so it's 2-minute video. You can watch it in your time. It's very stupid. And even Mufti Menk, he said, and this is a good argument, by the way, if you think about it, it's a very good argument. Why I will be punished if being a thief is not my choice? So here we ask ourselves then, the stupid religion of Islam is based on what? Reward and punishment, correct?
Yeah.
But the one is rewarded, he did not do anything good because it was destiny. And the one is punished, he did not do anything bad because it was destiny.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I had a few questions, if you didn't mind. So the first thing I asked, you good? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry.
Oh, okay. Just make sure. So we were talking about Jesus being God, and you said that he is fully God, fully man. Isn't that, like, people say that that's contradictory? Like, you can be fully God and fully man.
Why?
How would you? People say, well, that's like saying, because God and man are opposites. God is, like, for example, God being in a finite space, but he's eternal, something like that.
No, my friend, I want you to remember something. Don't listen to what people say. Did I say to you, do you agree with me that me and you are eternal? Because either we will be ending for eternity in heaven, or we will be ending for eternity in hell. Do we agree?
Yeah.
Okay, that's me, we're eternal. So what does have to do with being a man? That is even a silly argument. So those people are very shallow, and don't follow the shallow one. You see, when you associate yourself with the stupid ones, they will make you stupid. When you associate yourself with somebody smart, you will learn from them and you will get smarter. Actually, I want to tell you a story. When I was in your age, I took a bus. This is long time ago. And there was a guy next to me. I really enjoyed, and I will never forget this guy. I don't know him. I never met him. It's as a bus, just a guy sitting next to me, wearing sunglasses. It was the best time ever I enjoyed listening to a man I do not know. When we arrived to the city, which we both of us were going to, I just noticed that he is blind. But this man was so wise, wonderful wise. And I pray that the Lord will make you the one who can see, even though you are blind, and you can lead other people to the truth. So a blind man sitting next to me, and I was discussing with him history and religion, and he was really amazing. You can say an ocean of knowledge and logic. Blind, totally blind. When he stood up, he started touching with his hands. He said, "Oh, we arrive," and I did not notice why he is saying we arrive. I mean, I can see, everybody can see. I'm wearing sunglasses, he's wearing sunglasses, but I did not notice until he stood up that he is a blind man. So my friend, I want to say to you, I want to encourage you. You are blind, but that will not stop you if you decide that nothing will stop you. And I want you not to be thinking as a blind, like those are blind. Those are blind, they have eyes, they can see, but they're blind. Because they're trying to measure us with God. And they say, well, this is not logical. There's nothing logical about Jesus. Is it logical that he can walk in water? Is it logical that he can make the blind see by putting some mud in his eyes? That is not logical. Once there was a person, he's an atheist, he came to a church, and he is very, very, very silly. The priest, he said to me, he's a friend of mine, there's a guy, he come, and you know, those Christians, they are nice, they don't want to kick him out, they don't know what to do to him. He always come and he make fun of the Bible in front of us. In the church, he come, and we don't want to kick him out. We hope that's one day he will see, and he will see the truth. Can you come, you know? I said, okay, well, I cannot be there all the time, but when he show you will see him coming, give me a call, I will stop by. He came. And I was waiting. I did not say any word. I was waiting for him to talk as usual. Then, the fool man, he opened his mouth. He said, you Christians are really funny. You believe in them. Somebody, he mentioned the word miracle. You believe in a miracle. You believe that Jesus, he made somebody see by putting some mud over his eyes? And here I jumped. I said, so what do you do, sir, for a living? He said, well, I am an eye doctor. I said, this is why you chose this topic. But isn't it you, as a doctor, you put sand in front of the eyes of people to make them see better? He said, what? He said, isn't it you as a doctor, eye doctor, you put sand in front of people, eyes, to make them see better? He said, yeah. I said, okay. If I say 2,000 years ago, I'm going to put sand in front of your eyes and you will see better, aren't you going to laugh at the one who will say that? He said, sure, I will. I said, this is what you are doing about Jesus. Because you are foolish, you have no knowledge, and you are ignorant. But now because you have knowledge, you know it's possible to put sand, which is a glass, in front of the eyes of somebody, and he will see better. But it's sand. It's supposedly what should make you blind, not the opposite. So because you try to measure what you know about what you do not know, and that is God, you try to measure him with your ability and your knowledge. When we speak about God, we cannot measure God with our logic. For we call him God, for he's above all logic, all physics, all rules. Yet he's holy. If I want to question Jesus, I will question if he's holy or not. That will prove he is not God. But not because he have a body. In fact, Jesus, by having a body, but yet he is holy. That is God. Because I can have body, you can have body, but I cannot be holy and you cannot be holy. For only God is holy. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
That is Jesus, my friend. So when those fools, they try to play with you, with your mind, and you are a young person, and they are trying to take advantage of you, you're smarter than this. What makes Jesus different is not just even a miracle. Jesus is holy. Not only he say, I forgive sin. I can say that to you, but doesn't mean I can forgive your sin. But Jesus is the only one who he proved who he is. They crucify him, they kill the flesh, he come back to life. He resurrect people from death. He made the blind see. He made the one who cannot walk. He never asked for wages. He never asked for money. He never seeks sex. He never seeks benefit. In fact, and I'm sure you know that Jesus, he forced his followers, his disciples, to let him wash their feet.
Yes.
Okay, did you ask yourself, why in the world kings would love to have his service? I will never die. Each time I die, Jesus will resurrect me. I will give him all the money he wants. How many people wish to be young again? How much Jesus money can have, how much power, how much sex, how much men they will fight because we die in war for him, he make us alive again. But Jesus never asked for anything for himself. Instead, he washed the feet of his disciple. When his disciple, they said to him, oh Lord, we will not let you do that. He says, if you don't let me do it, you don't belong to me. If you cannot be a servant, you cannot be a master. And that is Jesus, my friend. Jesus come as a servant, for he is the master. The true master is not the one who practice masterhood on you. The true master is the one who loves you, and he tried to help you. Jesus says, I came for the sick, not for the healthy. Which means he is a healer. From the beginning of his coming, is coming to heal the man, the mind, and the soul. And I pray to the Lord that he will heal you. I'm glad today you called me, and I hope that you decide to leave Islam with, you are very sure Islam is very false, and I hope you will come back to Jesus, my friend. How you can forsake someone like the Messiah just because they say to you, how can Jesus be God? How come he cannot?
Yeah. Another thing they quote a verse in, I think it's the book of Matthew, where Jesus says something about the last hour. He says, I don't know. The only person that knows is my Father. And they say, how can Jesus be God and not know?
You see, if you read the whole chapter, Jesus says when this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, then he will come back, correct?
Yes.
Then the day, okay, so he knew the future. But what Jesus is saying, I have a power over the flesh, but the hour is in the Father command. You see, when Jesus said the word Father, what Father mean?
The word Father, or like in that context?
In any, like you, in your language, my language, when I say Father, that means somebody, he is, let us say, he's the authority, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So when Jesus say, everything I have is given to me from my Father, Jesus never denied the authority of the Father. But the Father gave authority to the Son, not just to the prophet. So Jesus never said, I am the Father. He said, I am the Son. So the Father have a job. Jesus said, my Father work, and he do work, and I do work too. So the Father have a job, the Son have a job, the Holy Spirit has a job. It is the job of the Father to announce the hour. It's not to Jesus, it is to the Father. But Jesus know the hour, the incident, what will happen. He knew everything. He just told us, when this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, that generation will not pass before the day come.
Yeah. people say that verse says, no one know. I don't even know the last hour. Only my Father knows. And so he knew he knew when it was, but his job was not to announce it.
As I said, you see, like Jesus is speaking to who? To the Jews.
Yeah.
And the Jews, when they speak, the Bible have a punishment. If you insult your parents, is death. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Why? Because this is a big sin. So the Messiah always, he speak to the Jews, showing them how much the Father is important. But you are speaking to the Son, and the Son is not less important. But my Father who sent me. Who sent Jesus? The Father. Who told Jesus? The Father. Who gave the mission to Jesus? The Father. So Jesus, he confirmed his authority as a son of the Father, not the opposite. It's not Jesus sending the Father. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when Jesus he speak, he is confirming the authority of the Father, which is within him. So when I speak, when his disciple says to him, "Why you don't show us the Father?" and that's it, what Jesus said. Do you remember?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
When one of the disciples said to him, "Why you don't show us the Father?" and that's it, what Jesus said to him?
He said, "Why don't you show us the Father?" When? I mean, where?
You don't know? He said to him, "I and the Father is
Are
one." Huh? So can I say that? No. Can you say that?
No.
Why?
It's blasphemous.
Exactly.
Because I'm a human.
But do you see how many times you heard the Muslims saying Jesus nowhere? He said it's God.
I have heard that several times.
But do you see they are lying?
But that's false.
That's false. Jesus, he mentioned that a million times. Because each time, actually, you see, we are reading even translation. Each time he says I, that is a translation. Most of the time, Jesus, he says I am. It is the word of the title which Jesus, God, God the Father, he gave to Moses. I am Yahweh. I am who I am. I and the Father is one. Jesus is claiming that he and the Father is one, not one person, one God. Because he just said, actually, I and. Are you listening with me?
Yeah.
They said to you, where the Trinity? Where the Trinity? Where is this? Etc. Okay. I and. So the monotheism in Christianity is not I and I that make it one I. The monotheism in Christianity is I and the Father is one. That is Echad. So, oh, you Israel, your God is Echad. Echad is not one as a person. Echad is one as a unity. So God the Son, God the Holy, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit. And all the Bible focus on that. And the stories of Christ is amazing. So my friend, I invite you to accept Jesus again. They lied to you. They deceived you.
Yes. Another thing I hear is on the cross. Another thing I hear is, I'm pretty sure you've heard this before. On the cross, they say, "Why did Jesus say my God if Jesus is God?"
Well, Jesus is quoting the Old Testament, because in the Old Testament they prophesy about what will happen to him, and this is even something the Jews they try to hide. So Eli Eli lima sabachthani, which is a prophesying about the person who commit no sin. He had no crimes, and they are dividing his clothes, putting him in the cross, crucifying him for no sin he did, in the book of Psalm. So this is Jesus is quoting the Old Testament. And at the same time, you will notice that Jesus in the cross, he forgive those who are killing him. Did he?
Yeah, he did forgive those who killed him. Yes, he did.
Let me and you things together. If Jesus is a hypocrite person, claiming to be God, keep asking us to forgive, bless your enemy, forgive your enemy, right? He keeps saying that. And then he himself, he is the last one to forgive. That means hypocrisy, isn't it? But can you be a hypocrite and you are in the cross? Dying?
What do you mean? Like Jesus taught love your enemy, but he was the last.
Yeah, I mean, your enemy obviously is hurting you. Plus, pray for those who curse you. Correct?
Yes.
They are hurting you. So, but if Jesus himself, he start cursing them, I will kill you, I will destroy you, I will. That means he don't believe in what he say.
That means he's a hypocrite.
But look what he did.
He forgave.
In the cross, wonderful. In the cross, he forgave with love. Forgive them, Father. They don't know what they are doing. Very loving. That is the Messiah, my friend. That
So-
the Quran says, torture them. Allah is torturing them by your hand, and make and heal the heart, the chest of the believers. Revenge and hatred.
Wait, where does the Quran say this?
Let me give you the link.
Sure.
How you would open when I say to you a verse, how you open it?
So I go to Google and I just type the verse you send, and then I just read it that way.
Okay. I will give you the link. That maybe that will help me make it easier for you. Okay, give me a second. This website is not working now. Okay, I will give you the link. And I guess usually when you click in it, it's going to open right away to the verse. However, this is a chapter 9, verse number 14. So this is the God who he cannot punish them. So he's saying, fight them, kill them. Allah will punish them by your hands and disgrace them and give victory over them and heal the breast of a believing people. Revenge, hatred. In chapter 5, verse number 14, Allah, he said he will spread hatred and enmity between the Christians. You see, when a Christian go to the church, they pray for everybody, even their enemy. The Muslims know. They curse us. And the Quran says, Allah will spread hatred between the Christians until the day of judgment, for he is the devil. That is an act of the devil. That is not an act of God. The Messiah, he came to spread love. And the Bible said, love never failed. Muhammad's method is killing, and hatred never fail. But in fact, it does.
So, can you answer a argument I hear a lot, and it's so you said that the Messiah, he came to teach love, and so the Messiah was the same. So, like you said, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are three persons, but they're one. They're one God. Correct? Okay. So that means that the Son, being Jesus, according to that, was around and was giving the orders to the people in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
So
You see,
people say, if that's the case, then why is he ordering in 1 Samuel chapter 15 verse 3? Then why is he ordering the death of the infants?
if you read the story, you will see that those people, they killed the Jews, they destroyed them, they even stole the covenant, they enslaved the nation of Israel, and they are in war with them. and they keep coming, and they keep coming, and they keep coming. So when you read the story, those Jews are fighting for survival, not for fun. In fact, the one who said that to you is the Muslim, right?
No, I just seen it from somewhere on YouTube. That's the thing. I just seen the
What his religion?
I think he's Muslim.
Yeah. You see, those Muhammadan are stupid, because this story is in the Quran, and Allah, He is speaking of the Jews that they are evil because they refuse to kill those people. So,
Wait,
huh?
that's a thing in the Quran?
Yeah. You see, this is in the Quran. Let me give you a verse.
Okay, sure.
And you can open the interpretation and you will see that this is about the same prophet, the same story, and they refuse to go and kill. But because those Muhammadan, each one of them is a donkey, certified one, they don't know that this is in the Quran. They don't know. Let's see. So they question a story because they don't know it's in the Quran. If they knew in the Quran, they would never mention it. If you go in the Quran, chapter 2, verse number 246, and you can read the interpretation of Ibn Kathir, you will see that.
Let me go ahead and look that up real quick.
Yeah.
2 verse 246, correct?
Chapter 2, 246, 247, it's a story. To understand it more, you can read the interpretation and you will see it is about Prophet Samuel. But the Muslim, they have different wrong name because Muhammad never been able to pronounce any Jewish Christian name correctly. All right. So Allah, He ordered them to go and kill those people, and they refuse, you know. But then at the end, you will see the story, how David, he killed Jalut, and the angel. So, okay, Allah, He ordered the Jews even to kill the Palestinian in the Quran. Chapter 5, verse number 21. All of them. The Jews refuse. Allah, He punished them by making them not to go into Palestine for 40 years. He made them lose their way in the desert. How come the Muslims don't question that? Because simply they question, they say that look what the Jews they were doing, they took Palestine. But the Quran said Allah, He assigned the land which is Israel, the Holy Land, to the Jews. And you can go anytime to chapter 5, verse 21, 22, 23. When the Jews refused to go and fight and kill the Palestinian, every single one of them, Allah, He cursed the Jews by making them lose their way in the desert for 40 years. And Muhammad here is copying a story here from the Jews anyway. So those Muhammadan, they make fun of our book because they do not know what is mentioned in their book.
So the oh yeah, my bad. So the prophet about the whole thing about Samuel is in the Quran chapter 2 verse 246, right?
Yeah, 46. You read it from 40, 246 to 47. You will see the story. You can open Ibn Kathir. Do you know how to find Ibn Kathir?
Yeah, I can Google it.
No, let me find it for you. Hold on. I will find your Muslim website, Ibn Kathir, and I will send you the link. That will be easier. And you will see even Ibn Kathir, who is a Muslim terrorist, he hate the Christian to death. He agree that the Jews, they've been killed, tortured, kidnapped, their women, they've been raped. Their holy book is even the covenant which God gave it to them, it's stolen by those pagans. Here we go. and I will give you oh, you know what, this one I need to find, guys, which website, because this website here doesn't give a link, it give like tafsir, it doesn't give let me see if there is a way. Okay, I need to find different Ibn Kathir, hold on, different page, different web page. Ibn Kathir, because this one have all the web title, I mean address is the same. You can't give unique address to share it with him. Let us see here. Maybe this one here. No. Okay, let's see this website. Chapter 2, verse 240. Yeah, this website is good. All right, I will give you the link. All right, let me post it for you. It's in English, and this is
Okay.
this Muslim translation. But I will remind you that Muslim translation of Ibn Kathir is not the same as in Arabic. They cut a lot because they lie. However, that will give you an idea. And let me post the link for people in the chat too. You will see that this is what happened. The Jews are victims, not the opposite. And Allah is condemning the Jews because they refuse to kill those people. And you will see here, I see in front of me, the story of the Jews who thought a king to be appointed over them. Mujahid said the prophet mentioned in the ayah 246 above is Shemuel, between two bracket, Samuel. This is the story. Do you see why those Mohammedan don't dare to call me? Because I know all their laundry. They are a bunch of fools. They make fun of our book. They don't know it. Like Didat, he made fun. Your God, he created the sun in Wednesday, but he's a prophet, he said that. He was copying the Bible. So he was making fun of the Bible, but yet he's making fun of his prophet without knowing.
Yeah, I just looked that up and I had just read that. Another thing, they say, like, they say that there's a verse in the Old Testament that says God is all-knowing.
Mm-hmm.
But then they say in Genesis chapter 6, verse 6, that he regretted doing something.
Yeah, but this is not about he regret because he is sorry for the man. You know, sorry here is love. I'm sorry for you. Doesn't mean he regret what he did. He regret in the way, like, because you see, because we have a free will, right?
Sure.
So because we have a free will, look what you did to yourself. So God here love us, and this is what regret mean. This is a translation for God feeling sorry for the man. It's not God regret. In fact, the Quran, all of it is about Allah proving that he is hesitating and he don't know what he is doing. As an example, when Allah, he said to the Muslims, 100 of you can fight 1,000. What do you think? If Allah is God, can he make that happen?
If he says 100 of you can fight 1,000,
Yeah,
if he's God, then he can make that happen.
exactly.
Just like in there was even an example where the Israelites fought the Philistines in the Bible, and God said, separate your warriors into groups because I will prove that even a small group will be able to.
Exactly. Thank you very much. You are helping me now. I do not need to help you. So if God, he is with me, the Bible says, who could be against me? So look what happened. I will give you the link. You open it. Chapter 8, verse number 65. Let me give you the link and I will put it on the screen for people to see it.
Sure.
Okay. So Allah, he told the Muhammadan, go to war. Muhammad actually in the story, he saw a dream a vision from Allah that there is a small number, you know, and they, you know, the Muslims, they will win, etc. So he told them, 100 of you will fight 1,000 and will win. They went there. There's about a Badr. There's Badr al-Sughra and Badr al-Kubra. One the small, one the big. They lost. They came back, and Muhammad now he want to give them excuse. How come his promise, the promise given to him by Allah, did not work? The verse after it says, now Allah has lightened your burden, for he knows, now he found out, وَعَلِمَ in the past. Alima, he, you know, in the past. He know, or knew, so he knew now. I don't know how to say the word now. If something in the past, what I say, he know or knew?
He knew.
He knew. So he knew, but now he knew. Now he just now. Not just now, not in the, like he did not know from before. Now he knew. You know what I mean? So now he found out, this is what it says, now he found out that you have a weakness. So 100 of you can find 200. And, you know, and what happened? It was 100 can fight 1,000. And now he is saying to them that one can fight two. What is the reason? Now he found out that you have a weakness. Did you hear it?
Yeah, I read it. I read the verse. Yeah.
But isn't it the Muslim, they keep saying, okay, Jesus did not know the hour, he cannot be God. This guy, he did not know what will happen tomorrow. He did not know that they have weakness. Do Allah knew they have a weakness or not?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if he was God, surely he would know that, right?
Okay, but he is saying to them, now he found out. The Arabic is so clear, even the Muslims try to cover. It says, الآن خفف الله عنكم وعلم أن فيكم ضعفا. Now Allah, he lightened your task, and now he found out that you have a weakness. And all the condition is the same. The first verse says, if you are steadfast, you shall overcome. The second verse is, if you are steadfast, you should overcome. So nothing changed. And they are the same Muslims. What did change? Now he found out that you have a weakness, so 100 of you can fight 200. So how big the difference is? It's not like 100 can fight 1,000 and now 100 can fight 900. It's 1 to 2. So Muhammad was exaggerating with his lies, claiming that Allah gave a promise of victory over 1 to 10. You know, those things can happen only in movies unless it's God really fighting with you. If I come to you now and I say I did beat 10 people, I mean, they have 10 hands and 10 legs. I have only 2 hands. Even if I am strong, even if I have like a skills, blah, 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 but they are 10. That's not normal, right?
Yeah, they outnumber you.
And this is for everybody. It's not like one person. Let us say there's one person, he is so good in fighting, he's so trained. Okay, maybe you can find somebody, he can really beat 10 people. But how many people in the world they can do that? And they are fighting fighters. So fighters fighting fighters, not like a fight in the street between 2 families. So both are trained for war, both are fighters, and now he is telling them 100 can fight 1,000, so 1 to 10, and then right away he changed the number. That's not God.
He changed the number in the verse after?
Yeah, right away. Verse number 65. I was reading for it. You did not notice? A chapter.
No, I read 65. I was asking if he changed the number.
Yeah, he changed. I just said that.
66?
Verse number 66, he changed it. Listen to it. Click at your software and listen to it.
Okay, give me 1 second. It says Allah has lightened your burden since He found weakness in you.
That's nice. Why was that? So Allah, He found weakness. I thought Allah, He knew the weakness, right? Don't He know? Don't He knew the unseen? He knew the future. He knew everything. Isn't it even destiny? It's destiny, which means if they lose or they win, it's destiny anyway. What weakness? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I read straight from the verse. It says Allah has lightened your burden since He found weakness in you.
And what happened with the number now? Continue listening.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. So if there be 100 of you who persevere, they shall vanquish 200.
Do you see the different number? So it was 100 to 1,000. And now Allah, He found out that you have a weakness. So what do you think, my friend? How stupid is that?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Oh, speaking of He found it, you know how we had a thing about the sun setting? We were talking about that?
About what?
So about the sun setting and the spring of water?
Yeah.
So I looked it up, right? I looked up to see what they said, and they said that the word find means to discover or perceive by chance or unexpectedly.
Okay.
So that's what
okay,
He
no
found.
problem. Discover. So Allah reporting what happened. So is that a discovery? He discovered the sun setting in murky water. They try to fix it. You know, usually what they do, what you said to me, because this is what they said to you, it appeared to him, this is how he thought, but but we showed you from the hadith. Muhammad confirmed the sun set in murky water, and the Quran says that. See, if this is a book written by God, and the Muslim, they brag about how good the Arabic, correct?
Yeah.
So why the God forgot to say, this is what he thought? Just add one word more, one word, replace. Instead of saying he found it, say he thought.
There are even some translations that say he found it as if spreading in.
False, whatever. False, my friend, false. False. You know, very false. That's absolutely false. They are liars. That's why, you cannot trust any Muslim translation in everything. And in your case, I know, you don't speak Arabic and you are blind, so you have more difficulty. But I'm glad today you called me, and really I apologize from you because I didn't know that you're blind, for being a little bit tough on you. I was angry because I keep saying to you, read it, look at it. So what do you think, my friend? Are you going to accept Jesus as your savior? Can you find better person to follow better than Jesus? As long as you decide to leave Islam now, and I'm happy for you. Can you find better person to follow than Jesus? I am the Alpha, I am the Omega, I am the beginning, I am the end, I am the life, I am the resurrection, I am the truth. No one can go to the Father but by me. I invite you, my friend, to save your life and your future and see the truth, even though you are blind.
Okay. So I also heard people say. So you said earlier, that if the people do not believe in the doctrine of the Trinity, then they're not Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. I've heard people say, well, why is it that we've had so many years of history and that Trinity wasn't a thing back then?
That's false. Because from the Old Testament right away, you will see God and His Spirit. God and His Spirit. That's false. You see, what I notice, I know you are young, and you have your blind issue, But I don't want you to listen to what people say.
No, I'm just telling you what they say.
Okay, but you know how to use the computer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If I go right now and I say Trinity in the Old Testament, I will find tons of studies.
So people even back then, as far as the Old Testament, believed it?
Well, okay. When Jesus he asked the Jews, he said to them, "What you say of Christ? What you say of Christ?" They said he is a son of David. Jesus said to them, well, if he is a son of David, how David call him God in his spirit? Is that David from the Old Testament or David in the New Testament?
David called who God? David called Jesus God?
No. Yeah. Jesus asking the Jews, he said to them, "What think ye of Christ?" So Jesus now is asking them about Christ.
About Christ, exactly.
And
yes,
he is
okay.
asking a specific question, saying to them, "Son of whom you think he is?" See, he does not say, "What do you think of Christ?" He said, "He is a son of whom you think?" They said, "He is the son of David." Then they said, and this is in Matthew 22, he said, well, if he is a son of David, then how David call him God? Call him what? God. Not prophet. Call him God. God in his spirit, which means it's not in the flesh yet. He did not come in the flesh. So when he is not between us in the flesh, he called him God in a spiritual way.
Oh, okay. Where did he call him God?
Matthew chapter 22, verse number 42. Let me find it for you. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I can look up the verse, but like David called Jesus God in the Old Testament, or what?
Yes. No. You see, this is yeah, David. They are talking about who is Jesus, son of who? The question is what?
Yeah.
He is the son of who? So, even the Christian, they say that Jesus is a son of. In the Bible it says son of David. Even the people, they call him son of David, son of David. Christians, they say Jesus is born from Mary, the daughter of etc. Blah 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 blah. So all the way he go to David. Okay, wonderful. But Jesus, he have a different opinion. You know.
Yeah.
He have a different opinion, and the opinion of Jesus is that, well, if he is the son of David, then how David call him God in his spirit? Let me see where I can find the verses here. Actually, if you have the Aramaic translation, that will be better, because Aramaic translation, it's even more clear. Okay, so here it says, the Messiah, he asked the Pharisees, he said to them, what think ye of Christ? Whose son is he? They say unto him, he's a son of David. He says unto them, how then does David in his spirit call him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit thou on my right hand.
Oh, I have read this, yes.
Yeah. So you see, when they say, how come in the Old Testament there is nothing from the book of Genesis right away, God, he said, and his spirit, God and his spirit, God and his spirit, you know, and God, isn't it Jesus, he says to them, before Abraham I am, and Abraham he saw my day.
Yeah, before Abraham,
Okay.
I was, yes.
But
Yes, he said,
how
"Oh my
Abraham
God."
saw his day? God, he came to Abraham. 3 men, they came to Abraham, correct? 3 men came to Abraham. And Abraham, he bowed down and he called him, he worshiped him, called him Lord, my God. So they say never exist in the Old Testament. That's a lie. That's a, this is their stupidity.
You know what's funny? I see people pointing to, like, I've heard that argument before, but then I see people pointing to also like verses in the Old Testament, like Zechariah 6:5 or like Revelation 4:5 or something like that, to say these are the multiple spirits of God. What are your thoughts on that?
What they say to you? What they mean by that? I don't understand.
No, this is like from videos, right? So I've seen people say, so because I've seen this argument made before, and the person said Zechariah 6:5 and Revelation 4:5 say these are there are however many spirits of God. So by that
My
logic,
friend,
does that mean that?
everything, no, spirits of God. It's about angels. Even the Muslim, don't they say that Jibril is a Holy Spirit?
Oh yes, they do say that.
Everything belongs to God. My spirit belongs to God. Your spirit belongs to God. All of this is spirit of God. You know, isn't it the Muslim, they say, like we just read, Allah, he breathed into Adam. Well, the spirit of God. Allah, he breathed into Mary. This is the spirit of God. I mean, those people are a bunch of foolish. So when they want, there is many spirit of God. When they want only one spirit, there is one Holy Spirit, and there is many created spirit. The Holy Spirit is one. That's why it's called holy. There's no other one is holy. Only one. Why? Because it's divine God. I have a spirit. My spirit is not holy. Your spirit is not holy. Are you following with me? This is
Yes.
why we Christians, we say when somebody accepted Jesus, he is what? He is born again by what? By the Holy Spirit. But we are not born again physically. We are born again spiritually by the Holy Spirit. So the Holy Spirit is not just a spirit. Otherwise, I am a spirit. You are a spirit. Everybody have a spirit. But the Holy Spirit is God. So God, he manifests himself in ways. God in the flesh, that is Jesus. God in the spirit who is with us. Every one of you will mention my name. I will be between them. So God, the Messiah, the Spirit will be with us. And God the Father, who is up in heaven. Actually, if you look, if you check around you, you will find everything is based on number 3. Family is father, mother, children. Water, H2O. Golden ratio is 2 to 3. 1 to 2. So everything around us is based on number 3. Everything, every source of life.
Whoa.
So we cannot, and actually even the Quran, even the stupid Muhammad, everything he do you remember the hadith I showed you that Muhammad, he says, so Moses confuted Adam?
Yes.
Did you notice that he said he confuted Adam and he said that 3 times? Why 3 times?
Yes.
Do you know that the Muslims, you said to me, those Muslims, they lie to you and they converted you to Islam. So when a Muslim, he do ablution, isn't it true that he do everything 3 times?
Yes.
Why 3 times? What they say to you? Did you ask them?
No, I only just found that out recently.
Well, they will say to you
that is 3 times.
that because this is the perfection that is perfect now. The perfection is 3. But if 3 is perfection, that means there's no perfection except by 3. If their ablution, I'm showing the hadith for people on the screen. I will give you the link. Every move Muhammad he do is a 3 times. his nose, his toes, his eyes, blah, 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 three times. We know what this will be. If a Christian doing that, okay, those Christians, they believe in Trinity, but those are the Muhammadan. Why? Because it's a perfection. But that means the perfect God, he decide that the three is the perfection of God. Otherwise, I challenge any Muslim to tell me, what is the secret behind number 3? What about doing it 4? What about doing it 5? What about doing it, like, if I do ablution 7 times, this is even better than 3 because I will be supposedly cleaner. If I wash myself 7 times, I think I will be more clean than 3 times. Why 3? A Muslim can't do it 4. If you do it 4, it's not accepted. If you do it 2, it's not accepted. I just gave you a link.
Yeah.
2, 3. Only 3 is accepted. If a Muslim will take an oath, he have to swear 3 times. If a Muslim divorce his wife, the final divorce, which woman, she have to go and marry a different one 3 times. When Allah, he told Mary that you will have a son, he made her go fast she fast for 3 days. Zechariah, he said Allah told him you will have a son. He said, give me a sign. He said, you will go mute for 3 days. 3 days. Why 3 days? What about I make you mute for 5 minutes? That's it. You try to open your mouth, you could not, you will believe. Correct?
Yeah.
If you say to me now, well, okay, if you are God, make me unable to speak for 5 minutes. And then I say, okay, you cannot speak. And now you try. That's enough. 5 minutes is enough.
Yeah.
2 minutes is
Even
enough.
like 2 minutes, yeah.
Right, because now you cannot speak. But in the case of Zechariah, 3 days. In the case of Mary, 3 days. In the case of divorce, 3 times.
Yeah. I'm just asking questions like just to learn on your thoughts of certain things at this point. This is a nice spicy one. What do you think about Muhammad in the Bible? What do you think about that?
That would be funny. Because when the Muslim, they quote
Spicy
Muhammad
question,
in,
right?
yeah, when Muslim, they say Muhammad in the Bible, that's because they are bankrupt. How they say that the Bible is corrupt, and then they say because if the Bible is corrupt, that means the corrupt Bible saying that Muhammad is a prophet, that means he's corrupt. Maybe then he is the one who corrupted to put his name there. I mean, those are people are so desperate. So in one hand, they go around say the Bible is corrupt, that's not true Bible, and then they say Muhammad in the Bible. But then they find for you that Muhammad in the Bible was illiterate, and they quote for you a verse saying that, but this is about the hypocrite. This is about the liars, and they say this is about Muhammad. The hypocrite, the liars, they say we are illiterate. This book is sealed. They say, see, this is Muhammad. So they are so desperate, so ignorant, and we laugh at them. Same time, yes, Muhammad in the Bible, isn't it Jesus says, be aware of false prophet and false teachers. They will come to you in the clothes of a sheep, but they are wolves.
He did say that.
Yeah, Muhammad in the Bible for sure.
So I will if you want, I will give you some verses. You know, this is a very I think you even did a video on this. I'm not sure though. I'll give you some verses that people use to say Muhammad's in the Bible, and just tell me what you think about them. People say John chapter 16.
You know, there's no point of reading
Sure.
them, because any chapter you can do that yourself, and you can read. Like as an example, Jesus, he said, I will send you the comforter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but the comforter, it says there is a spirit. Actually, any one of the admin can give me the debate between brother Michael, what's his name? Brown?
Michael Brown and Zach Hussein?
Did you watch it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, he wiped the floor with him. All those, this guy, he went in the internet, he searched for everything in the internet, he put it in paper, he come to debate. And then our brother, Mr. Brown, he wiped the floor with his prophet in the Bible. You get all the answers. You do not need my answer. Yeah? So that's a good video to watch. And do you know that this guy, he went and he flagged the video, the page in Dr. Brown? Do you know that?
Wait, what happened?
He flagged the video. This guy who debated Dr. Brown, he went to
flagged
YouTube. He flagged the video, the debate. He flagged
Why?
it because it's a disaster. He want to take it down. He don't want people to see it.
But it's still up, right?
No, it's gone from his page. It's gone. They took it down.
Oh, but it's still, you can still watch it.
Yeah, but people download it because you know. But this guy who was he looked like an idiot. He tried to take it down. He did, but already many people downloaded the video before he took it down. So he tried to hide the debate, which is very hilarious, showing how stupid he is. Like, you know, many Muslims, they call me, and then they go to YouTube and they say copyright. And I answer them, I say, what copyright? The guy, he called me, he knew he's alive on air. What copyright? I am Christian Prince. How that can be? This is copyright for me. This is my channel. This is my channel. If you call me, and you know I am in public, right? How you can say this is a, you know? So they have a debate in public, and now they claim that this is a valid Catholic right, so they can take the debate down. Somebody's saying it's still there. No, when I look, maybe Mr. Brown, he did file a claim against it and get it back. But when I went, because when people, they told me the video was not there. There was no video. It was gone.
When was this?
He flagged it, I think, right away, like second day. People don't tell me. I don't know. I never saw it. Yeah. Anyway, my friend.
Funny.
Anyway,
Go ahead.
what do you think? Would you go to sleep today without accepting Jesus?
Would I what?
Would you go to sleep without accepting the Messiah as your Savior?
I'm sorry, would I go to sleep?
Would you go to sleep today without accepting the Messiah as your Savior? What do you think? Do you hear me?
Yeah. You there?
Yeah, I want to hear your answer. Would you accept the Messiah before you go? What's happening? Are you with me?
Hello?
Did you hear me or not?
Yeah, my internet's been weird.
Okay, so I'm asking you, would you accept the Messiah before you leave or not?
Yeah, I will for sure think about it. I do want to thank you for clearing up the misconceptions that people spread about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to thank you for clearing up the misconceptions. If I have any questions, I will for sure let you know about them.
Well, I want to give you an advice before you
Sure.
go. Don't listen to the fool, because listening to fools will make fun of you, will make fool of you. If you want to learn something, study it yourself. I understand that you're blind and you have some difficulty, but God blessed you with computer and internet and ability to do things, right?
Sure. Yes.
So don't listen to those fools. Those are the last one who can criticize the Bible. They believe in endless penis. They believe in having sex with the children.
Endless. Wait.
Yeah, I don't want to talk
sex
about it
is-
now. You can later come and listen. Keep watching my videos.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what they believe in. Prophet Muhammad, he promised them endless penis in a vagina. The woman, she would have a vagina which will be endless. So don't listen to people who believe in such a garbage. Those are the last one who can advise you. If they are able to advise, you should advise themselves first. The sun set in murky water, hail come from mountains in heaven, the God who don't remember which one he created first, the stars or the mountains, the stars or the trees, sperm coming from the backbone of the man, and women have a sperm coming from her ribs. So those people are the last one who can tell you what is wrong, what is right. So my advice to you, don't associate yourself with this garbage. Because as they say, and it's true, garbage in, garbage out, especially in Islam. All right?
All right.
Well, I'm happy for you that you decide to leave Islam today. I'm happy that you call me. And I want to ask all those Christians here to pray for our friend. I do not know your name. To pray for him, that the Lord will support him, will open his eyes, if not his heart, to see better, to be wiser. He is young, yes, but today the Lord, he did lead him here to give him a help. He decided to leave Islam. We are happy for him. He did not accept the Messiah as a savior, but his personal decision. I will not push it, because in Christianity, everything is personal between you and the Lord. But I say to you, my friend, if I am you, I will accept the Messiah today before tomorrow, because my soul might be taken from me today, and there is no tomorrow. So I would like you to pray to the Lord today before you sleep. Ask him to help you, to guide you, to show you himself. And because you are blind, you will see him in a different way. You will see him better than us. For the Lord always is very merciful, is very loving. He said, knock at my door and I will open for you. So you as a blind man, go to his door and tell him, Lord, I'm blind. Help me. Today I spoke to this guy. His name is a Christian prince. They fooled me. They lied to me about Islam. They converted me to Islam by lies. But today I'm seeking the truth. And you said you are the truth. Show it to me. And I'm sure he will. Ameen? All right. I will let you go. And I'm happy for you that you are out of Islam, my friend. And don't let those fools fool you. And if there is any man of them, you want to argue about what I said, tell him, if you are a man, call the man. I will hear you both. What do you think? Right?
Do people actually call you, by the way?
Oh, yeah. People call me all the time. How you heard about me?
Actually, randomly, I just clicked on one of your videos, and one about the king and the pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
Which I saw people say that the Quran had like a miracle where it said called the Pharaoh in Joseph's time king and not Pharaoh, because it wasn't Pharaoh back then. I saw that one video. I clicked on that one video.
I have thousands and thousands of debate, not only one. They call me, and and many people like you, they call me to attack me, and then they end leaving Islam. They call me to refute me, and they end leaving Islam. And even some of them, they are admins now in my chat. They are ex-Muslims who they call me or listen to me, and they decide to leave Islam.
Yeah, I did not come in any way to attack you. I know people.
No, I understand. No, you are polite, etc. But usually, this is what happened. Usually, they call me liar, you're making false stories, and then they end leaving Islam. But anyway, I'm happy for what happened. I pray to the Lord to bless you, and I hope soon I will hear from you good news that you decide to follow the true light, which is the Messiah. For the day when the Messiah comes second time, the Messiah will not be the same person. He's not the one who will say, forgive your enemy. That day is the day of judgment. And mercy is not on the table. Everybody will take what he deserves. Those who believe in the Messiah and do what the Messiah say, they will be forgiven, and they will be in the kingdom of the Father. Those who rejected the Messiah, no matter who they are, me, you, your father, my father, whoever they are, those who worship the Messiah by the mouth, but not by the act, whoever they are, those who make blasphemy against his name, insulting him, insult the Holy Spirit, those who make lies about him, like the Muslims, those who attack the Bible, like the atheist, those who make fun of the truth, they will pay a heavy price. The gate is wide and open, and hell will take them all. Thank you, my friend, for calling, and
You're welcome.
I will pray for you. All right?
Thank you.
Take care. Well, my back is broken. Actually, I was going to hang up on him because I'm losing my patience, you know. But then, and I'm really tired, but when he told me that he is blind, I felt differently. I felt like I cannot leave this guy. I cannot just leave him. The second he told me that he's blind, that was a different story. But at least we are glad we were able to help him to leave out of Islam. And you see what can happen to your kids? Do you see what can happen to your kids if you don't educate them, you don't teach them? They will snap them from between your fingers. They will lie to them. They will deceive them. They will destroy them. This guy today is lucky that he stopped here. Otherwise, he will stay for many years to come, worshiping a false god, praying to false evil god, satanic. So I'm happy that he is out, and we hope soon we will hear news from him. You know, every day I receive messages from people who left Islam, etc. Some, they don't want their name to be published, their text to be published, their voice to be recorded, etc. But the work is really amazing, and the Lord is always blessing us with a great result. And because Islam is disgusting, many of those ex-Muslims, especially the ones who live in the Middle East, or even those who live in the West, because Islam is evil and terrorist religion, they do their best to hide their identity. They want their voice to be published. Otherwise, we will have every day, not only one, many Muslims announcing themselves to be out. So I apologize. I can't stay longer. My back is really hurting me bad. I'm here for how many hours now? 4 or 5 hours? I don't know how many hours. 5 hours and 19 minutes. Yeah. Already it's very late, 2 a.m. in the morning. So I want to say thank you all for being here, and we pray to the Lord that the Lord will open the heart of the misguided, help them, and remember one thing, that the Lord always there to help you, but you have to knock at his door. Knock at my door and I will open for you. If you stay in a distance and you hesitate, that is your fault. Come to the Messiah and he will set you free. He said, read the books, find the truth, and the truth will set you free. The word of my Lord. And the truth is the Messiah. Only one who can set you free is the Messiah. There's nobody, no man, no angels, no prophet, nobody. One person only can set you free. His name is Christ, Yeshua, the Son of God, God on earth. And those who question the Trinity, you are a hypocrite, especially if you believe in God. For nothing is impossible for God. What is impossible for man is not impossible for God, the Lord said. If this is impossible for your God, or simply he's a man, not God. Nothing is impossible to my Lord. Thank you. God bless you. Christ is Lord. Islam is a fraud, and we prove it every day. Take care.